This project is dubbed Fair for All, improving the coffee value chain in Uganda. And this dialogue is part of that very initiative. So SEATINI is setting the best, and we hope the government will pick up and continue with the same. So now, a moment of silence. I won't be reading the prayers, but we can just have ourselves for about a minute and talk to the Almighty the best way we can. I think the plan is a universal one, right? So now, the next one we're going to do is just a simple introduction that we get started with. I'll end with the other table. One of the things I can do, I'm fully right. Certain things, so one makes a statement, sometimes different, maybe is equally issues cooperative, could society, co-founder of the movement initiative. Thank you so much. And I'll end with that, I'll end with that. So I look back at the time when someone is saying good morning, it's kind enough for us to respond. And when they're done reaching that, it is also kind enough for us to upload them. So can we just do a round of applause to the two gentlemen? Stand down. Thank you. Very social. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Minoria Gadet of Coffee Works. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Diana Charo children, researcher and journalist with Global News. Good morning. My name is David Bar. Please say. Today, you work with Yes. Morning, trainer here. Name is Brenda Honda. Work for National Trade Center, Madrid agents to the United Nations and the World Trade Organization. Good morning. I'm Benjamin Hassan, Rapporteur, CSE Uganda. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lassa Diana, from Valley from this morning. Sarah, from Valley. Rest of what I have today. Good morning to you, Don. I'm going to be here. My name is Irene. I'm at it. Cool. My career university. Back into our business education students. Thank you. Good morning. January. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. So very good. We should so much interested in comporting. Then that itself up, which is called Sam. That's the variety of coffee I'm interested so much with your bank. Thank you. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm George from Vincent, Chairman of Maele. I'm a farmer and the community wants a fair for all projects. I'm glad in this press here. Is the first change discipline from family and the farmer as well as the community monitoring safety. Well, the one gym fanya vizuri ni farmer districts. But at the same time, I do variation. Okay, how's that sample? That's fine. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. On this one, versus someone else. Good morning. My name is Peter. Good morning. My name is Mohammed from Morenes. Now with Women Forum and the youth representative.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a farmer and executive director Uganda Community.
Good morning. My name is Alfred Dan Okwi. I work with Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries as a principal statistician in the coffee department. I'm representing the Commissioner Coffee Board. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is John Chazay. I'm a senior service officer at the Uganda Bureau of Standards.
Yes, morning. My name is Ruby Anantari. I'm a journalist with Committee.
Good morning. I'm Isaac Taylor from Volatility.
Good morning. I'm Vivian
I'm Leonard from Belgium, from Uganda Region.
Good morning. I'm Alex Nakato from Mahel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nandita Aida. Work
Good morning, everyone. Shamshad Namita, Open
As well as my business.
Titus Jemba, PPS 5.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Mbega. I work with SEATINI Uganda as an agricultural trade for transformation program officer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is my name, and I do monitoring and evaluation at SEATINI. Glad to meet you all.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Mugambwa Owen Paul Dogoto, and I work with SEATINI in the Trade and Investment for Sustainable Development thematic area.
All right, thank you very much. One of the things I've observed is that some of you are not coffee consumers. The kind of energy from coffee consumers has been noticed as well, so I think during the coffee break we shall take more coffee. My name is Joram Posonko. I serve with the Nation Media Group under the brand NTV Uganda. I know you didn't ask for that name, but I had to redo. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart off this multi-stakeholder dialogue by inviting Mr. Herbert Kafero, the Programs and Communications Manager at SEATINI Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, as he makes his way, a round of applause.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, partners, representatives from relevant government ministries, departments, and agencies, notably Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries, our farmers, honorable farmers, coffee farmers, media fraternity, business representatives, we welcome you all. My name is Herbert Kafero. I work with SEATINI Uganda as the Programs and Communications Manager. SEATINI is Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiations Institute. It's a sub-regional pan-African non-government organization that strives to make economic policies, including trade, tax, and investment, work for the people, especially the most marginalized. And when we talk about the most marginalized, smallholder farmers are also part of that group. We work with a multiplicity of stakeholders. I will not delve into those details, but at least the kind of stakeholders we have here are part of the constituents of stakeholders that we work with. And I bring you greetings from the Executive Director of SEATINI, Ms. Jane Nalunga, who is not here, but she's ably represented. And today we are holding this multi-stakeholder dialogue on building the resilience of Uganda's coffee sector amid its price volatility and structural vulnerabilities. And the theme for this dialogue speaks to really the challenges surrounding the coffee sector. And the main objective of this dialogue is specifically for all of us as stakeholders in the coffee sector to understand the factors contributing to price volatility, but also to appreciate where we are in terms of our coffee sector, the state of our coffee sector now, amidst a number of issues, challenges. Some are long-standing challenges, others are emerging challenges, such as the issue of some are long-standing, like price volatility. Price volatility has been with us for the longest time. And there are a number of factors that contribute to price volatility. And these include climate change, the issue of fluctuations in exchange, foreign exchange, because coffee is priced in US dollars. And also, there are other issues, geopolitical risks. For example, political instability, the costs in shipping, the shipping costs, because as we export our coffee, we use various shipping lines. And these are foreign-owned shipping lines. So there are a number of factors that contribute to price volatility. But I'd like first to underscore the importance of Uganda's coffee sector. In fact, when you go around asking what we are known for, I think it's coffee. And what we are known for, as SEATINI, we truly appreciate that that's where we should put our energies. And this meeting is part of our continuous efforts as SEATINI to ensure that the coffee sector, the coffee value chain works for all. And working for all means all value chain actors, from the farmers, smallholder farmers, to those engaged in various segments of the value chain, and for the government, because coffee is one of our principal cash crops, and it's a strategic product for the country as it contributes to employment creation, foreign exchange earning, but also coffee, all the coffee sector sustains livelihoods of very many Ugandans. And so the need to engage on the state of the coffee sector and the need to ensure that we devise ways of making it work for all cannot be overemphasized. Because when the coffee sector works, it means the economy will be boosted, we will get foreign exchange, but also there will be jobs created. And as a country, we produce between 7 to 8 million 60 kilogram bags of coffee. Some statistics say 8 million 60 kilogram bags, others say 7. So it's right there. between 7 and 8. But government has also undertaken some efforts towards boosting coffee production. We have a coffee roadmap, and those efforts are worth recognizing. There is a target of producing 20 million 60 kilogram bags in 2030. And that's a profound target. However, as SEATINI, as we appreciate what government has been able to do, we also call upon government that we need to go beyond the bags, 60 kilogram bags, the 8 million 60 kilogram bags of coffee that we produce, to look at value addition. Because countries like Ethiopia have taken the issue of first boosting domestic consumption of coffee seriously, and the issue of value addition. They have tapped into the value chain. Ethiopia is able to produce oils, coffee oils, lotions, scrubs, among other products from coffee. And as a country, as Uganda, we have taken some strides. However, we are yet to catch up and get to where we need to be. So as we deliberate on various issues affecting Uganda's coffee sector, it's also important to deliberate on how we can build the resilience of the sector. And building the resilience of the sector amidst long-standing challenges, structural vulnerabilities, and emerging challenges like price volatility requires us to boost domestic consumption, because the issue of price volatility is a global issue, and we are not really in position to control the prices. And coffee is one of the most volatile commodities on the global market. And there are a number of factors that contribute to this volatility. Like I earlier mentioned, climate change is one of them, but also geopolitical risks is another, the fluctuation in foreign exchange, among others. And like I mentioned, since coffee is priced in US dollars, so the fluctuation in the exchange rate in a way affects. But also, I would like to emphasize that as we deliberate, it's important to note that it's not a mere change in price, reduction or increase, but we need to take keen attention in the fact that when prices of coffee go down, it's the farmers, especially the smallholder farmers, that get affected, that are heavily affected, because farmers are price takers. They are not price setters. So they all bear the brunt of price volatility. And since we don't have a minimum price for agricultural products, that would have cushioned farmers. So whatever price is on the market is what the farmers take. But also, I would like in that regard to recognize that Ministry of Agriculture, formerly the former department, UCDA, started a very good initiative of furnishing farmers with key information on coffee prices. That is really commendable. And I know the Coffee Development Department under the Ministry of Agriculture is continuing with that. It is a very good initiative. However, with emphasis on the fact that farmers are price takers, and the need to cushion them from such challenges like price volatility cannot be overemphasized. And so one of the issues that we could, as a country, take up seriously and upscale is the issue of value addition. At the National Coffee Research Institute, NACORI in Mukono, there are some initiatives that they started on. They make some lotions from coffee. They make some scrubs, among other products. However, it's at a smaller scale. And how we wish as SEATINI, government scales up this to even mobilize other value chain actors, coffee value chain actors, to do much more. But also, as an organization, we are keen on the issue of using trade, investment, and tax-related policies to address the challenges that we face. And as we attract foreign direct investment, it would be very strategic for us to attract FDI in coffee value addition, because we need to attract investments in areas where we need them more than attracting more of the same. Because our problem is not coffee production as a country, because we have extensive arable land and our weather is really conducive for coffee production. But then the challenges that impede us from breaking even as farmers, as a country, are those long-standing structural vulnerabilities, but also the emerging challenges and the requirements that we have to meet. 60% of our coffee goes to the EU, and nearly 40% goes to Italy. So as the EU directives and other policy initiatives come into play, like the European Union Deforestation Regulation, as a country, we need to also deliberate on the level of preparedness to comply and meet the various requirements set out under the European Union Deforestation Regulation. And we cannot meet requirements without a sufficient budgetary allocation. Of course, there is need for finances, and there is also need to fast track the establishment of the national traceability system. But also, it's very important for us to have a traceability system that is futuristic and holistic, not just to look at coffee as a product, but also to broadly look at other agricultural value chains, because as coffee is one of the products that were selected or affected by the EUDR, there are other products that might be expanded and included under that scope. So if we develop one that is only pegged to coffee, what will we do if other products come into play? But also, as a country, we depend heavily on export of unprocessed coffee. So the issue of value addition is important, but also value addition should also be cognizant of global trade dynamics. A number of EU consumers have certain tastes and preferences. And as a country, the reason why we export raw or unprocessed coffee is because of their preferences. Sometimes we aren't able to meet the kind of coffee, the processed coffee that they need. So we are locked into the global value chain as exporters of raw materials. And so they need to also engage on those trade dynamics, and how to navigate them cannot be overemphasized. And with those so many words, I would like to request that we deliberate to the end that we devise pathways, but also ways through which we can unlock the potential of Uganda's coffee sector and make the coffee value chain work for all. Many experts and people have out there have talked about how Uganda's coffee sector is a sleeping giant. I don't know whether it's all of us to wake it up, but we need to do something to wake up this sleeping giant. And in case it's not a sleeping giant, we need to give reasons or expound more on why we are saying the coffee sector is not a sleeping giant. So with those so many words, once again, I bring you greetings from my Executive Director, Ms. Jane Nalunga, but also wish all of us fruitful deliberations. And I would like to recognize our keynote speaker, Dr. Runogero. He's an agriculture economist, and he's based in Tanzania. He's joining us virtually. He's the former executive director of ESRF in Tanzania. He will share more about ESRF. I don't want to preempt what he will be sharing, but also he will be setting the pace for our discussion and speaking to the theme of today's meeting, which is building resilience of the coffee sector amidst price volatility and structural vulnerabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to me, and I wish all of us fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much, Herbert. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Herbert Kafero. Issues around price volatility. I'm only hoping, and the team at SEATINI is greatly hoping, that we share all those problems and the issues. And the beauty is we also have some stakeholders from the government, and it makes it easier. Allow me to also remind you, if at all you are on X, you can follow the conversations by giving us those reposts, also posting about what is happening here so that we can gain more traffic and build the momentum for this particular hybrid multi-stakeholder dialogue. The hashtag there is hashtag Coffee Value Chain UG. And you'll see some of the tweets already flowing as well. So you can share with your colleagues who are not with us, and then we can build these conversations. So besides that, we're going to be having a keynote address, just as Herbert has alluded to. And this particular address is going to be looking at building a resilient and equitable coffee sector, pretty much looking into our theme for the day. And the person who is going to be giving us this address is Dr. Bohela Lunogelo, who is a principal research associate at Economic and Social Research Foundation. He will be joining us virtually to address us. And then after he's done, we'll be sharing. I've noticed we have farmers here. We have stakeholders that are directly within the coffee sector. I did not observe if we had someone who is in the production bit of things or processing, but along the way we're engaging with one another and open to new ideas today. Do we have Dr. Bohela online? Is he already with us now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay. I missed the prayer part of it, but I hope everyone is well, and we thank God for keeping us alive and keeping the momentum of the coffee sector going on in East Africa. I was asked to prepare an opening keynote address, but before I do that, I'm called Lunogelo, Bohela Lunogelo. Principal Research Associate from ESRF. I'm trying to share this screen. Let me share. Screen 2. So can you see it? Okay. Is it okay?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, okay. I thank SEATINI for overnight going through it and editing a few errors, especially with respect to the institutional arrangement in Uganda. Because before, I worked for some 20 years ago in Uganda, in Barara and Fort Portal. So I know a bit of the coffee sector, but the latest episode interacting with the SEATINI was in a project called Making Agricultural Trade Sustainable, where we looked at the coffee sector in Tanzania and Uganda. For me, I'm a research associate at the Economic and Social Research Foundation. This is a think tank, 30 years old now. We have done a lot of work within East Africa on policy issues. Going to the key theme for this morning, which I was requested to address, is on actionable strategies for resilience and equity in Uganda and Tanzania's coffee sector. Now, it's moving. The outline here, I think there's some introduction. I'll look at how the role of strengthening farmer cooperative sector can be of help as part of the actionable strategies. The issue of promoting gender equity in the coffee value chain, enhancing climate resilience, mitigating price volatility. The communication manager talked a bit about how we can do such a mitigation. and fostering multi-sector, multi-stakeholder collaboration and policy alignment. We, in the introduction, the part of the introduction is already done here, so I don't need to repeat that. In Tanzania, we have the coffee board, while and before I know in Uganda there was also equivalent of the coffee board, but in Uganda now you have the coffee development department under MAIF. But in overall, I have scanned through and come with a series of actionable strategies with the specific examples for Tanzania and Uganda. Let's look at how we can strengthen farmer cooperatives, and this one I think is also is motivated by some of one of the recent work we did with SEATINI under the Making Agriculture Trade Sustainable, where I think Jane, if she was here, I think even the communication manager came to Moshi. We went to some of the farmers, and that's where we noted that there was still a need to strengthen farmer cooperatives to enhance market access and also strengthen their bargaining power. And so the rationale here is that small farmers in the two countries face limited market access and weak bargaining power. And therefore, if we can strengthen that, it can enhance their collective action and the market linkages. Because cooperatives can pool resources, reduce the information asymmetry, and enhance the negotiating for them to negotiate better strategies. So there are some examples here we have for both countries. But it is doable, and I think during a discussion, I'm sure you can dwell with that one. For example, in Tanzania, the Moshi Cooperative University offers farmers some support in getting certificates in coffee quality. It also trains the cooperative leaders on the management, etc. When it comes, another actionable strategy is that of enhancing digital platforms for market linkages. And here we are proposing that we should develop digital tools to connect cooperatives directly with the buyers. And we have noted here that the coffee development department, for example, is also doing that. And of course, we know also the Uganda electronic single window framework, digitized export processes, and that we need more of that. So for farmers to participate in such a framework. So the coffee development department therefore could expand digital marketing initiatives to promote a specialty coffee, among others. Another actionable strategy here in strengthening farmer cooperatives is that of providing policy support through, for example, providing tax incentives and subsidies for sustainable cooperatives. Of course, in Tanzania, most of the imported inputs nowadays are tax-free, and some of the fertilizer, for example, in Tanzania, they are sent or sold to farmers at subsidized prices. We know that also the coffee development department advocates for tax incentives under the certified under the voluntary sustainability standards, for example, which is part of the ensuring compliance with the EUDR. So we think if once we strengthen farmer cooperatives for market access and bargaining power, we expect some impact. The impact here is enhanced income stability, reduce resilience on the intermediaries, because the intermediaries sometimes tend to be problematic, and of course create stronger market linkages for smallholder farmers. The second area is that of promoting gender equity in the coffee value chain. And the rationale is that women contribute significantly to coffee production, but face barriers like limited access to land and credit. Of course, what we know in East Africa, we have been taking some reforms to give women access to land, but still we have some customary barriers which inhibit women from possessing or owning land. So we believe that TCB and the Coffee Development Department can drive gender-inclusive policies because addressing such gaps can enhance equity and productivity. And among the actionable strategies is ensure that we have targeted financial inclusion, especially by establishing microfinance programs for women farmers. Of course, we have some examples here in Tanzania. Development partners like IFAD and Japan have been promoting such initiatives. But also in Uganda, the European Union, in collaboration with the Coffee Development Department in Bugiso, there are some initiatives which tend to train the farmers so that, especially give them financial literacy, which can enhance their ability to access credit. Another actionable strategy is that of gender-sensitive policies that will ensure equal access to land and cooperative membership. And we know there have been several initiatives in both countries, so we need that. And I think the Coffee Development Department, for example, specifically has been trying to model its intervention based on the successful policies in Honduras, which have successfully ensured women's voice in decision making in the land issues. We also have an example in Tanzania. We have examples, for example, in the mining sector, where women have actually established women cooperatives in the mining. So we think that can also happen in the coffee sector, specifically having women-led cooperative societies. And of course, in Uganda, we have examples of Kayunga Women's Cooperative. And we believe that the expected impact here will be reduced gender disparities, empowered women farmers, and improved household livelihoods. As you know, if you empower women, you empower the families. The third area is that of enhancing climate resilience through agroforestry and sustainable practices. The rationale here is that climate hazards like drought and changing rainfall patterns disproportionately affect smallholder farmers. Agroforestry and sustainable practices can mitigate these risks while enhancing productivity. That's it to say, the government should come with initiatives that can promote climate-smart agriculture. Among the actionable strategies will include agroforestry programs, where we can scale up tree planting initiatives to improve resilience and the diversity of incomes. For example, in Tanzania, we have had a program that up to this year, for the 5 years up to this year, we had a goal to plant 25 million new tree seedlings. And of course, last week, that's an official now. Last week, I saw on TV the director for this program in the Tanzania Coffee Board, wondering whether all those seedlings they have planted, they have been planted in Tanzania, or some of them had some invisible legs crossing across the borders to our neighboring countries. Because there was less evidence that there's more area planted with those new seedlings farmers were given for free. So, and you know, when you do things for free, sometimes people don't feel the pain, and therefore they can be giving gifts as gifts to their friends, whether within or outside the country. But we know that under the Coffee Development Department program, you have the Uganda Carbon Coffee Project, which has facilitated planting of around 1 million trees, which integrates apiculture and horticulture in Bushenyi there. As part also of actionable strategy for enhancing climate resilience is that of adopting climate-smart agriculture. So we have to provide training to our farmers, especially on organic farming techniques. because organically grown coffee attracts a better price. So it does double. So you get better price, but also it will help to enhance climate resilience. And we have examples in both countries where initiatives for disease-resistant varieties have been promoted, and climate resilient varieties are also being promoted in both countries. Another actionable strategy is that we believe that government alone cannot succeed. It has to come with some partnership. Public-private partnership is the way forward. And we have seen that working again in Kagera region. We have seen that working also in Kapchorwa. I had a project there in Kapchorwa, so I know what was happening as well. And the expected impact here is increased resilience to climate shocks, improved soil health, and diversified farm incomes. The fourth one is an area which we can come as a strategy is mitigating price volatility. That of mitigating price volatility. That can be done through value addition, as the communication manager just said, and adopting fair pricing models. The rationale here is that price volatility undermines incomes, with Ugandan's coffee exports showing a 20% coefficient of variation because of those unstable prices. So our government can promote value addition and fair pricing. Now we are proposing, for example, or at least literature, those who have done intensive studies, are proposing several actionable strategies. One is that of local processing facilities, that we should invest in roasting, grinding facilities, and of course processing, like to get better, more products like oil, like our colleagues in Ethiopia are doing. Although within, if you look at for the past 20 years or so, both in Uganda and Tanzania, when it comes to processing and packaging, coming with the different products, I think there have been some steps there, but still the bulk of our coffee is exported and processed, and that's why we have to support the initiative which is happening, like in Luwero, to be done in other areas as well. Fair trade certification is another strategy. So we should plan to expand access to fair trade and other certification programs, which ensures equitable compensation for our farmers. And we have evidence from Costa Rica, which shows fair trade prices often exceed volatile market prices. We have in Tanzania, for example, the Kilimanjaro coffee branding in Japan has ensured that Tanzania blends, the Tanzanian brands actually receive better prices than other brands. In Kasese, I also have some such initiatives. So we need more of those examples when it comes to fair trade certification programs. Another actionable strategy is that of price stabilization, adapting price stabilization mechanism. And we know, I think there is an acknowledgement that the coffee the department has been advocating for that, advocating for a national coffee fund to support farmers. That could be done, and I know even in Tanzania, that mechanism has been used by some cooperatives, and the coffee board, for example, having the first payment and then the second payment when the sales are done. Now, the expected impact here is that we expect to stabilize the incomes of our farmers, increase the export earnings, and reduce exposure to price fluctuations. The last one, I guess this is the last one, is fostering multi-stakeholder collaboration and policy alignment. The rationale here is that systematic issues like price volatility and weak infrastructure require coordinated efforts among stakeholders. And our government, we know, have been mobilizing resources from their own domestic resources, but also mobilizing resources from developing partners. So among the actionable strategies here is to establish stakeholder platforms which can help to dialogue and reduce and exchange our experiences between producers, traders, and policymakers. Like this dialogue, I think, is among the initiatives which SEATINI and the Coffee Development Department have initiated. And we have examples, for example, the participation, Uganda's participation in the World Coffee 2024 Expo in Copenhagen showcased Ugandan coffee. And that one, I think, managed to foster partnership with global buyers. That will hopefully lead to better income to our farmers. We need also regional cooperation among the strategies to foster multi-stakeholder collaboration within the EAC. And therefore, our membership to African Fine Coffee Association, for example, and making sure that there is knowledge sharing among the East African community countries is one of the strategies which we should adopt. Another actionable strategy is that of investment in infrastructure. And you know, investing in infrastructure is a bit costly, and therefore collaboration with the other stakeholders has been key to that. In Tanzania, we have had just a European Union project, which is called AgriConnect, which focused actually in building feeder roads in coffee growing areas, but also improving storage facilities. And World Bank is supported there also in for storage facilities in Dar es Salaam as part of addressing quality deterioration. We know that also Uganda Revenue Authority has partnered with the Coffee Development Department to improve transport logistics through digital tracking and reducing delays for exports from Gulu. So our expected impact here will be enhanced coordination, reducing inefficiencies, and a more resilient coffee sector. In conclusion, the two countries have to adapt policies which are critical in driving resilience and equity in the coffee sector. And we believe through cooperative empowerment, gender equity, taking action which promote climate resilience, value addition, and encouraging stakeholder collaboration can go a long way in addressing price volatility and structural vulnerabilities. By leveraging these two institutions in the two countries, both countries can transform challenges into opportunities, ensuring sustainable livelihoods and a thriving coffee value chain. The motto here, let us work together to transform challenges into opportunities for a thriving coffee value chain. Thank you for listening, and maybe I also apologize that I appear to be reading because I was conscious of the time. If I start talking free in a free format, I know it would have taken longer than the time allocated. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And Doctor does make some, or he does raise some pertinent issues here. I did take away some few. I want to believe we also picked some. He did mention something about women contributing significantly to the coffee value chain, and also highlighting the fact that access to credit is still an issue, especially for women in the coffee sector. I think it's something that cuts across the entire agricultural sector in this country. And then the element of gender equity in the coffee value chain is something he has also highlighted. He went on to also talk about some of the things that we can look at as solutions. He mentioned something about local processing facilities, something that we really need to have a conversation on today. and then looking at how these farmers can access the markets. The beauty is we also have farmers amongst us, and we hope that amongst the issues they will mention are solutions or how they've been able to navigate all those hurdles to make way to the markets. Again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. Bohelo Lunogelo, who is a Principal Research Associate at Economic and Social Research Foundation. He's with us virtually. Thank you very much, Doctor. Now, at this particular time, I would want to open room for discussion. I would love to hear from you, the colleagues. What you will do is you will remind us your name, the business you stand for, or the organization that you're representing or you're serving under, and then we can reflect on what Doctor has mentioned, but you can also share with us an opinion or two in regards to how best we can provide solutions for Uganda's coffee sector and how we can address issues to do with price volatility and the structural vulnerabilities within the coffee sector. I had a microphone. Yes. So what we do, you raise your hand, you share with us. It can be a solution, it can be a problem. The team at SEATINI is noting down a couple of things today. You can press it at the bottom.
Moderator, I'm Wabeka Muhammad Moki, Executive Director of Uganda Network of Business once again. Now, first of all, I would like to thank you for the presentation. It was very good. And there are so many things that we need to pick from that. Now, one is about cooperatives. He mentions cooperatives lightly, but is a number one area that we need to focus. Unfortunately, in Uganda, cooperatives have been misunderstood. It has been taken to mean circles, and yet it is bigger than circles. So I think in this paper, he has to expound on it very well. These cooperative movements, if we are talking about producer cooperatives, marketing cooperatives, they are very good in addressing price volatility. Actually, what even our opening person said, that we are price takers. Now in cooperatives, we can also set prices. We can set prices. Because with cooperatives, there will be a strong voice. So I request that he really expounds on that. Then two is on the issue of boosting domestic production. It should be emphasized because it's through domestic production, that's when we can expand on the product diversification, coming up with the oils, the drinks, and so on, and this will also lead into import substitution, and it will be a very big drop. So if you can pick it up also, then that will be good. Thank you very much for your start.
All right, do we have any other comment? It can be a solution, it can be a challenge that you're facing, especially for those that are growing coffee, or even those that are selling.
My name is Nabkwas Jane Josephine. Presentation, there is an issue of the younger people, the youth, who are not interested in the coffee sector. So when we are looking at the resilience and so on, how are we going to ensure that the younger people embrace the coffee production as a source of income?
All right, thank you very much. There's a gentleman here.
Thank you. My name is Richard Obedi. I work with an organization called the Populace Foundation International. We do policy research and advocacy. Right now we've coined a program on climate-induced mobility, migration, environment, climate change, especially in northern Uganda. Last week when I saw the coffee price drop almost to half, I was discouraged in the sense that farmers have been mobilized, for instance, specifically in the area of northern Uganda, across the board. Let me say the greater north, the political north, areas of Nebi, Zombo, part of Acholi, coming to Lango, heading to Teso. Farmers have been mobilized and they are actually adopting the 4-acre or the 5-acre model. And again, that price fluctuation or volatility, I think the communication manager actually mentioned some of the structural factors, the geopolitical risk and all that. Okay, what should be done not to discourage, because we know northern Uganda is lagging behind, and there are also other structural governance issues. For instance, the issues of internal displacement, land, and I think the keynote address, it came out in the keynote address, the tenureship, the customary tenureship that actually, for instance, bar women from accessing some of this land. So how can we pick up a group, and I like the lady who raised on my table here, she raised the issue of the youth that are not being, their energies are not being tapped in. For instance, a case in northern Uganda, most of the young people are migrating from the rural areas, coming to the urban areas, and yet land is actually at the rural areas. They're not actually tapping into the vast arrays of, the vast chunk of land that they could maximize to enhance agricultural productivity. So all in all is, how can a place like northern Uganda that has actually started venturing into coffee production not more than 3-4 years ago, but we are seeing price fluctuations and other pertinent issues that the keynote address brought in, partnership, collaboration, issues of credit, training, and all that. Thank you.
Then I resume to the other side.
Thank you very much. I'm Bulle Ronald. I think where we have some challenges, especially when it comes to the prices, you see prices have gone down. It's because, one, we are not doing a lot of specialty coffee where we can bargain, because prices go down due to many factors. Like now, Brazil has a lot of coffee on the market, which contributes almost 40% to the world market. But if we are engaged in specialty, at least we can bargain. Then secondly, productivity. We cannot bargain the prices when we are doing less bags. There's no way we can sit with those giants and bargain on the prices. That one is also a point. Doctor talked about fair trade. Fair trade is very important, but fair trade is all about farmers who come together within one, maybe a cooperative or a farmer group or association. So we have also another task of involving the farmers to be in the same, to work together. They talked about the youth, but how do we engage the youth? We have done this before through games and sports, where we capture the youth to come on board, and we started what we call the Coffee Youth Club in Uganda, but it was not supported. If it was supported, then the youth can come on board, and from the youth is where we can also target the domestic consumption, because there are many and they can do a lot of domestic consumption. That one is also a point to take. Then when we discuss about, when they discuss about, it was the climate change. Again, with the climate change, it's all about to do with the farmers. So the importance of having the farmers together is also a keynote to take. Farmers lack access for finance. I personally, I think we should start what we call we should start what we call the coffee microfinance scheme in this country, such that the farmers have access to where they can get money, and they go to the scheme or the bank which understands them properly. Because farmers have no collateral which they can put, which they can, where they can support them to give them some money. So if we develop such arrangement, I've seen this one working in Peru where they have the coffee microfinance scheme. This coffee microfinance scheme works with the cooperatives directly, works with the coffee farmers directly, works with the coffee farmer groups directly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was a question from...
and then there, and then we go to that table. Thank you. I'm George Tumuhimbise from Mubende. Concerning the presentation made by the professor, I think what struck me most was the price stabilization. I think that's one of the internal dynamics we need to look at. When you look at the global trends and global dynamics, Uganda may not be in a position to influence the prices of coffee. But what can we do internally that can help our farmers to produce more, even on small acreage? Secondly, do value addition. Now, something like price stabilization. I think this is not something that is new. It is well known. And I think it is within the powers of our government to put measures that can help the farmers benefit from price stabilization. It has ever been done before and can be done today. Because it is very bad that we encourage farmers to increase production, but we expose them to the negative effects of price mechanism. This is basic economics. The farmers, Mr. Kafiro has said it, are price takers. Nobody cares how much inputs you have used to produce 1 kilo of coffee, but they care about how much they are going to give you. So how can we improve livelihoods of the farmers unless we care about the price they get from the crop that they produce? So I think it is important that government takes keen interest and looks at how can we stabilize the prices of coffee. What are the challenges that limit government capacity to stabilize the prices of coffee? We know it can go high. Brazil has been producing coffee since I was born. And whatever stories we are hearing today, well, we had them a long time ago, that there is frost in Brazil, now coffee is zero, production is zero, now it has come up. How are we going to continue telling that story? The Minister of Agriculture telling that story, we the farmers listening to that story, SEATINI hyping that story. I think we need to come together and say, let's do price stabilization. Then another thing, how can we engage the partners, the global producer, the global value adders, so that they are able to work with us? Because if everybody knows in this room that the people who benefit more from coffee are not the producers of coffee. Somebody buys a kilo of coffee at $3.6 and gets how many dollars? You are also going to calculate it. It gets over 10 times the price of the coffee that he has bought. So we need to think deeper. People who are in charge of this business need to think deeper. We don't leave farmers to the vagaries of price mechanism, the multinational companies coming here and doing whatever they want. We need to also take a stand. There are countries which have taken a stand on coffee, and they are getting a hybrid of how they can deal with multinational companies and also having to support their farmers. So I think price stabilization should be one of the areas that we look into so that the farmers' livelihoods can be improved. Thank you very much.
All right, do we have any other? A supplement or a question or a solution to any of the challenges that have been addressed or that have been put forward?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Nyapendi Janet from Kebera Organics, Uganda Limited. Thank you, Doctor, for the presentation. What struck me was the youth involvement in the coffee value chain, in the coffee sector. I think we need to incorporate or to embrace digitalization so that we can pull the youth into the sector. Under Kebera, we have the digital PGS system where we onboard farmers. And if we embrace this, we can, we can enhance the market of the coffee, because under the digital PGS, there is traceability from the start to the certification process throughout the production period. Thank you.
On the issue of digitalization, by the way, today we are also launching the SEATINI coffee app. So I think it is a step in that very direction.
Yes, thank you so much for the discussion. I think I would also talk about the cooperatives. As a country, we have made some strides, going back and forth. But I think one thing that we would focus on prioritizing is developing and strengthening these farmer institutions. To take advantage of what has been already mentioned, with a strengthened or with a strong kind of farmer institutions, we also are able to facilitate the value chain integration within them. With them, we are able to have these local brands. I know Nakori, like it has already been mentioned, that there are some brands that are coming out, but these are on small scale. But just imagine if we involve the farmer institutions in this, we get them trained, we have these local brands promoted in the country, we shall love our coffee. And after promoting them here, we also take the advantage of registering them, at least in the regional market, the East African community market. We can start with that before we go so far. So I think this is one thing we could focus on. And then when it comes to the PPPs, yes, if we could employ or we could invest in the joint kind of venture activities, we get the public sector. For instance, we take advantage of the research that is going on in Nakori to address those aspects of climate change, getting better varieties, productivity issues. And then we have those efforts come together with the private sector efforts in terms of capacity building. We look at the farmer business kind of models. This gives us the opportunity for the farmers to understand the global market trends. The farmers don't know how these things move. We just get to know the price. This season, the price is at 3,600. The price, yes, I know UCDA and the entire system has that system where a farmer can easily get to know today the price is this, today the price is this. But also we note that because there is a charge, not all farmers easily access that kind of information. But with that kind of, if we have the partnerships in place, then we can take advantage of this kind of partnerships to build the capacity of farmers to understand the global trends, the pricing mechanisms, and then the regulatory frameworks that are working within the coffee value chain or the entire sector. This also will help us in terms of improving the skills. Besides looking at farmer management, financial literacy, it will also boost them in kind of looking out for new markets. Now, the other one is about the market research. We do want market research. or we could continually focus on prioritizing market research for reasons that the markets keep evolving. We are looking at the EU, we are looking at the markets that we all know very well, but we also have other markets that we've not yet explored. So if we could also invest in research about the markets, we get to know the evolving tastes of consumers. We get to know what is new out there. It is able, or it is possible for farmers as well to easily adapt their production and marketing strategies that can feed into better opportunities. He talked about the specialty kind of aspects. So if we have this kind of ongoing research about the markets, I think it is also an opportunity to keep us updated and on form to get better markets time and again. Thank you.
One last one. Hey, okay. Two more.
Okay, thank you so much. Mine is a supplement. I think there is limited sensitization amongst farmers, one, on the modern methods of growing coffee, and secondly, on the importance of value addition. If I can give an example, coffee paid my school fees, but if I go back to the village, still my parents do the same kind of farming they did when we are still young. So I think there is need to do sensitization. If I can ask a question, how do cooperative officers in the local governments visit farmers to sensitize them on such issues? So I think we need to strengthen farmers on getting the knowledge on how to grow coffee using modern methods. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for coming late. My name is Teopista Nakungu, working with International Women's Coffee Alliance as Regional Coordinator for Africa and Middle East. I will apologize in advance if I'm going to comment on something that has been said. But these are my comments and views from reading the concepts. I have not been able to listen to the presentation. One thing we need to appreciate, all of us, is that price fluctuation affects all farmers. Whether in Africa, Latin America, whoever grows coffee is affected by price fluctuations. So what do we need to do? We need to encourage everyone growing coffee to grow it as a business with innovations. We should look at productivity per unit area and what is it that we need to be able to live a good life using the available land that we have. So we need to include innovations, value addition, growing coffee with complementary crops that can bring in extra income so that at the end of the day, when the price falls, you are able to sell at that price and still be able to live. In terms of other innovations, people need to know that the more specialized you go, the higher the price. So whether the price is very high, you always have an extra if you have a specialized quality coffee. That's a fact. And also to include the youth, because land is a very big issue. Much as we want to include the youth to do things, but land is a very big issue. Also, the increased population has led to families to even subdivide the existing land. So we need to look at a lucrative part of the value chain which is constantly ignored, but has a very high potential to develop people. Because I know from experience, people who start working along the value chain higher eventually buy land to grow coffee. That's how they appreciate coffee. And most of the people you see with relatively large acreages were first middlemen and doing other things, and they are growing coffee because they know the value of coffee. And that part of this, the value chain is the circular economy. We have issues of climate change. Many trees are being cut. We can use a lot of things from our very own farms, the coffee husks, the maize cobs, other biomass, to make briquettes, to make biochar that can be used as fertilizer. And the youth can, and the women can easily do this, generate income, one, to access decent jobs, but also to later invest in coffee growing, I submit.
Then I bring back.
Thank you very much. As I said, I'm Kabanda Isaac from Slowfood, Uganda. Thanks the doctor for his presentation. There were a number of things I had to note. Yeah. What made me amazed was about the price validation. Surely this is a challenge to all small-scale farmers. They don't know what happens, but also when you analyze it, it starts from the production part of it. Surely the issue is also about the quality, and this involves a lot of key players, including the traders, including the middlemen, and through that you end up that they don't know how their coffee is and how far and why it became to fluctuate. So, according to some organization and some stakeholders, they've involved something called the traceability of this coffee. I hope this can be vital using the cooperatives. I prefer these cooperatives are doing, if they are there, they will be doing great work. I've been following about Bugisu Cooperative Union. It is doing very well. So in other regions, we also need to know this, and this can help to work on this issue of the quality and the price validity of the coffee. So, and this also may come if we happen to improve or work hard to do the domestic consumption. Because if you know the quality of what you're producing, then it can help also to know what price are you handling and what price can you get out of what you have produced. The challenge now in Uganda, we don't, the percentage that consume a lot of coffee, that consumes a lot of coffee is really very minimum. And we need to improve on the coffee domestic consumption. Thanks for, it was an initiative started by UCDA. I don't know where it went. It has sparked off people to learn more about the value of coffee. You find even a coffee farmer at home, after producing coffee, is again enjoying tea in his garden while producing coffee. So we should learn also to improve this, and I think according to the doctor's presentation, we should also promote this, and this can help us to enrich our coffee prices in our domestic areas. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your comments, ladies and gentlemen. Doctor, I don't know if you can pick up from there and respond to some few concerns here. There were concerns about the cooperatives movement, something about the entire idea of the cooperatives, that some people do relate to them as circles. Then there is something about the youth interest, very critical, and then how we can stabilize these prices, how best the government can stabilize these prices. I did also note something to do with climate change. I believe you also noted something quite different from the same, but if you can respond to a few of the concerns here, it would be very helpful.
Thank you very much, all. I think most of the contributions were providing solutions, answers to the challenges we are facing in the coffee sector. I think the issue of promoting, for example, Kabanda Isaac is saying we're promoting domestic use. It's the same even in Tanzania. We have very few coffee consumers. Tanzanians here are also tea drinkers.
Doctor, a minute. We are not hearing you ably. I don't know if you can try to check your sound settings.
Let me see here what is happening.
Maybe the volume or something?
The volume, up to here. Let me put maybe this there, you can hear me?
We can, but the sound is still low.
Very, very low. Okay. My speakers are up to. If I do like that?
No.
Hello?
Yes, we can now hear you.
Okay. So I was saying that most of the contributors actually, we should thank them because they are adding value to my presentation, providing solutions, and of course, wondering why some of the solutions are not proactively taken by our governments. For example, the question of promoting domestic consumption of what we produce is a dilemma within East Africa as well. In Tanzania and Kenya, Uganda, we have more tea consumers there than coffee consumers. So coffee is like produced for export mostly. And I think Ethiopia is the one which has succeeded to create a big segment of domestic market for coffee. So I think that's an area which we have been recommending as policy advisors that there should be a deliberate effort to induce Ugandans to drink coffee. So Kabanda Isaac, your concern there has been taken. I think our government knows about it. As you say, the UCDA before, it was also trying to I'm sure the department, because you wonder where USDA went. It is part now of the department of it's a department within the agriculture. So it's there. The people are there. The experts are there. I think they are listening. They will take that initiative. I think the question of how to induce the youth to engage in lucrative value segments of the value chain, that one also requires some support from the government. For example, if once we know, for example, that in coffee you can also process coffee and get products rather than the drinkable coffee. That one, I think, it requires support from our researchers to come with some. Maybe we can import such small machines, not necessarily bigger machines, smaller, medium machines, for which are easier for our youth to buy and start processing coffee to other products. And I think one of the misunderstanding when we say the youth should be involved in agriculture is that we always think that they should be involved in farming. Not necessarily so. But I think because there are many areas within the coffee value chain segment where the youth can be involved, and part of which, Madam, the lady, the last lady, but one talked about, for example, the youth coming in the circular economy, coming with the projects which make organic products for fertilization, for fertilizing our soils. I think that again they are easier done, but we need also some machines, small machines to do that. That again, the machinery to be promoted have to be somehow subsidized at first, until when they are a bit popular for our youth to use. The first question by was it Leonard? Yes. Leonard, was that we should try to see to what extent what happened to the notion of cooperative, between cooperative and SACCOs. I know that at one time the cooperatives were mismanaged in East Africa. So when you went back to the farmers to tell them, can you establish a cooperative? We came with some solution of trying to change the name, but actually what we mean is the same thing, only that we avoid, in Tanzania, we avoid saying ushirika. Because if you say ushirika, it means they know they have some institutional memory that they had larger cooperatives which were mismanaged, their resources were stolen. So if you tell them to establish a similar thing, they become a bit hesitant. So that's why deliberately experts in the community development experts have been avoiding much to use those words. But until when we make our cooperatives more viable and reliable, trusted, and that's where we are heading to, because now we have a generation which doesn't have that institutional memory of mismanagement, and that's why now it's easier. It's the right time. That's why we say it's the right time to revive the cooperative movement, because the younger generation don't have historical baggage, remembering how their money were stolen in the 1970s or 60s. So I think this is the right time now. I support you, Leonard, that we should promote cooperative in the right way, because the cooperative, we have cooperatives at a lower level, middle, and then you have the unions. The unions, once you have a union, a cooperative union, is the one which can have a say, can influence, can dictate prices, because they have agglomeration of products, the one which gives them power to do that. Otherwise, I thank you, Nakwabi Josephine, for your contributions in terms of encouraging the youth, or encourage government to support the youth to adopt technologies. Obedi, I think I have no answer to Obedi's concern that we have encouraged new entrants to coffee farming, and then they've entered the wrong time. They just entered, and then there's this cyclic event of global coffee crisis, which is normally caused by events in Brazil. But I think having a price stabilization mechanism, which we once adopted within East Africa, we had two types of payment within the cooperative sector. Once the crops are bought, they are sold, and the farmers are given first payment. The second payment comes later, once you have realized the actual market internationally. And then if there's a surplus, there's a boom. There was actually some of the money taken aside and put as a reserve for future years when the price is too low. So that price stabilization mechanism somehow, I think, again, it was mismanaged somewhere. And I think it came because I have lived long to see the changes. What happened at one time, that when we allowed the private, we liberalized our sector, and then we allowed the private sector also to go and buy products from our farmers. So we have a dual system. You have farmers who are selling their products to their cooperatives, and those selling outside the cooperative system. So those selling outside the cooperative system, when there's a boom, they tend to get their money immediately. And it's like maybe 50 or 40% more than those who are selling the cooperative system. So those in the cooperative system started complaining. That's why are you withholding our money? We want our money now. We want our money now. So that pressure can force our governments to abandon and say, okay, just pay whatever they want. And of course, the consequence is what we see now. So the price goes up, they suffer. It goes down, they suffer. They benefit when it goes up, but when it drops, there's no mechanism to buffer for the loss they get during years of poor prices. So I think we, as you have suggested, we need to be brave enough. Our governments have to be brave enough and know what is good for our farmers. And the cooperative leaders, cooperative movement leaders also should support, come with the government to educate our farmers that it's better for you when it's a good, is a surplus year, is a good year, to put some reserve, a reserve, a saving for future years when the market is bad. So those farmers in the 1970s used to understand that concept until when we messed up that system. So we can rebuild again. I think there's so SEATINI can come with a study to see how can we reestablish that system of price stabilization. I beg to submit. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Doctor. And Doctor, we also want to thank you for that view that you've given us this morning. It is giving us summer vibes.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we're going to head in for a simple coffee break to get some bit of the refreshers. And then we'll be back for part 2 of our dialogue, where we shall be looking at navigating the current challenges towards building a resilient coffee subsector. So our coffee break is just 15 minutes. You can go just behind there, pick a bite, take some coffee, and some water as well. Then we get going with the dialogue. Good morning.
Thank you so much, moderator. Out of SEATINI engagement and the dialogues we had in Mbale, we engaged some of the youths, including myself. I'm the community monitor. After sensitizing them, they came up with an innovation of making value addition in coffee. So they roast Arabica coffee, the coffee beans, they dry them well, the premium type, then they package it in those packs. The small one goes for 12,000, and then the big one, 20. Right now we are supplying in supermarkets of Mbale. We've not yet expanded because we have just started. But with the time we shall expand, I think, come even to Kampala. This size is for 12,000. Yeah, we are located in Bugema, along Tororo Road, those who know Mbale. Our store is there. If you want to support us and buy in bulk and bring this other side, you can. But for now, we are doing small and we need support. I think we're also trying to access agricultural loans so that we can boost our business. Otherwise, this is 12, this is 20,000. Kindly support us, please. No, the name is Calm Coffee. Why? This group is it's a Catholic youth group, and you know Catholics are known for being calm, so that's how they came up with that name.
That is quite debatable, but anyway, yeah, you can take them back. So if you want to buy yourself some calm coffee and you want to be calm, the coffee is there, 20,000 and 12,000 Ugandan shillings. You will be able to get that coffee. But besides that, ladies and gentlemen, we also have a representative from the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. I think we will hear from him in just a minute or two to address something to do with the standards, because we do have so many producers of coffee. We have people who are selling coffee beans, we have people who are selling powdered coffee, and many of them are still struggling with the issue to do with exporting. Some of them do not meet the standards, so they say. And then the others are also finding it quite difficult to even get that quality mark. So we need to also hear from the side of the government in regards to the same. But ladies and gentlemen, our next part will begin off with a presentation about navigating the current challenges towards building a resilient coffee subsector. Now, this presentation was going to be presented by Dr. Gerald Chalo, a Commissioner Coffee Department, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. However, in his absence, the presentation will be done by Mr. Alfred Dan Okwir. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Alfred Daniel Okwir, Dan Okwir, with a round of applause. So the things that we can pick out from this very presentation is that we are looking at how best we can attack the challenges therein, so as to build a resilient coffee subsector. You'll be able to manage presentation. Yeah, that gentleman. Sorry, can use the mic. You get experience. Yeah.
Yes, I guess it's afternoon now. Still morning. Oh, okay. Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have already been introduced. Sorry, I have to use my mask. I have some bit of cold flu. Oh, sure. I can do that again. So my name is Alfred Dan Okwir. I work as a principal statistician in the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, specifically in the Department of Coffee Development. And this morning, my commissioner requested me to represent him in this meeting. So I have prepared a short presentation that I want to share with you. I've been listening to quite a number of the inputs and the presentation from Doctor. So let's go through it as we try to find solutions of addressing issues that are affecting our sector. Okay, so that's the outline of my presentations. I will give you a little bit of the background of the coffee roadmap, the progress, a snapshot on where we are, some challenges that we are facing. Of course, the one which is known now, which I think has captured the eye of the public, is the issue of the prices. But there are other issues, not only the prices, which we can talk about. And then some recommendations. I call it a recommendations because we implement this, our thoughts together as stakeholders. As government, we come from the angle of supporting and giving you that conducive environment so that we can be able to perform and achieve what we want to do together. So that's His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, launching what we call the Coffee Roadmap. That was way back on 13th of April 2017. Now, many of us may have heard about the Coffee Roadmap, but I want to try to bring to your understanding what the Coffee Roadmap is actually about, because it is what is guiding us currently, of course, among many other strategy, the documents, including now the current, the NDP4, and as you may be aware, government is now driving what we call the tenfold growth strategy. Now, this coffee roadmap was developed after the president directive that we should move away from the position where we are at that time and make sure we reach 20 million 60 kilogram bags. And I want to say that we are looking at this now as I talk. Our target is to see that we achieve that target of the roadmap of producing the 20 million 60 kilogram bags by 2030. And therefore it means that we have a very short time to achieve that target, and we can only do it if we move together. But just a little bit of what the roadmap is about is that the roadmap entails what we call the 9 initiatives And the first one is about building the structured demand. And in this particular case, the president was looking at China. Of course, we know China is one of the leading world countries in terms of population, that if tapped, they can be able to actually be a very good market for our coffee. And in this particular case, the government of Uganda established a representative office in China. I think we don't have the exporters here, but for those who are exporting to China, may attest to this fact that we have a coordination office in China that they help our exporters promote our coffee in the market, the China, as part of the new market, because what is going there is still actually not much. Much of our coffee is still going to the EU markets, which is about the last time I checked was about 71% being taken by the EU market. So those countries, China, Japan, to mention them, part of the intended partnership that our government thought that we need to do to ensure that we have a secured market for our coffee. Of course, the issue of branding our coffee, as you may be aware, our coffee is of high quality. For those who are involved in the trade of coffee, Ugandan coffee is highly recognized, and in globally, the last time I checked, we were standing on the 3rd position globally. Now, this initiative, therefore, is intended to ensure that we have a value of our coffee going up. That is back by that time, but at least we're looking at by 15%, and definitely we want our coffee to be recognized in the international market as Ugandan coffee. Many countries, you find that they take our coffee in terms of the green beans, they go and add value and then re-export or export them. And what they fetch, of course, is higher. So that is one of the reasons why, our leadership has been advocating for issue of value addition, that we should be able to target value addition, add value to our coffee, and then export. Supporting the local coffee businesses, of course, primary processing. You have heard about the soluble coffee plant. It is a concept that actually arose from the coffee roadmap. And all that is intended towards ensuring that we have value-added products or value-added coffee in our country. So this is an area that the government has been supporting in terms of some incentives. We have supported a number of cooperatives and some farmers with value addition equipments. And government still intends to continue to offer that support. Of course, strengthening farmer organizations. I was listening to the comments that were coming, but it's a priority area. Strengthening the farmer organizations and producer cooperatives is a priority area in the roadmap as one of the initiatives we have. And this is basically to ensure that we have and we're able to commercialize, okay, and have many farmers who are operating in groups together. And of course, the last time we did a study, a few farmers were operating in that arrangements, but of course we all know the benefits of operating in groups. So many benefits that why we encourage farmers to join farmer groups. It's also easy for us to provide the support in terms of as government. So we encourage our farmers to join and be organized so that they have a strong voice to advocate for their products or the benefits of being in a group. Supporting joint ventures, of course, one of the things that we noted is that we had you have institutions, you have the middle, the middle class that have actually land, but they are not being utilized. Some probably you have about 100 acres because coffee, as you are aware, is in our country is majorly being produced by smallholders. They contribute about over 80% are smallholders. So these initiatives try to look at those that are having some good quantity of land, but they are not utilized. How do we support them so that they can put that land into coffee growing? Because we look at increasing the volume. I will explain later why we need to have, why we need to increase our coffee production. But also providing and promoting concessions. Again, this is for the group institutions like the churches, which we have been collaborating with them, the cultural institutions. Of course, Uganda has been very aggressive in terms of ensuring that the institutions, the cultural institution, take up coffee growing. I think there is that, say that Mwanyi Terimba. I don't know, I hope I've said it rightly. It's a Luganda word. But that's what they have been advocating to ensure that they produce more coffee, and government, you are aware, has been trying to subsidize in terms of giving inputs like free seedlings and fertilizers and some pesticides for some emerging diseases. So the institutions will look towards working together with them so that they're able to use the available land, the cultural institutions, inclusive, so that we can have maximum utilization of available land for, especially for this priority crop called coffee. Then the eighth one is about improving access to quality inputs by reducing the counterfeit. Of course, this is again an area that the roadmap targets. Definitely, government takes a lead in ensuring that we have the appropriate inputs for our crop. You know, coffee is something that is cannot be compromised because it has direct implication or effect on the quality. So things to do with fertilizer use, pesticides, herbicides, those are things that we take very, very seriously in ensuring that the quality of what is being used is of standard. But we also encourage the organic practices, okay? The organic practices. This, we encourage them majorly, especially for coffee that have been renovated or are being renovated to make it rejuvenate faster and have better yields, because you know we have also old coffee trees so in the country, quite a number that we still need to deal with. And so if we are talking about issues of productivity, we need to also look at how do we address the issue of old and unproductive coffee trees that we have in the country, planted 50 years ago by our great-grandparents. And those are the ones we are still harvesting or surviving on. And then, of course, the last one is about the coffee financing program. And definitely this needs to be led by the Treasury and the Central Bank. I think there are some effort that government has put in place in regards to addressing the issue of financing. There is what we call the agricultural credit facilities. I don't know how many of you are aware about that, but the coffee value chain players can be able to benefit from that. But we also have UDB, which is benefiting a number of farmers, especially those at a commercial level, growing or investing in some large volume. There are some of the resources which government has put in UDB that can be accessed. Now, if you could show the next slide, please. So, where are we in terms of achieving this target? As we talk now, that's the summary. Now, you see those bags, we are looking at 2030, where we should be having the 20 million bags. But on those dialogue boxes, you see that there are things that if we are to achieve, we must be able to attain them. For example, if you see there, the 20 million bags requires that we should increase our yield 3 times for the smallholder farmers. And then how will that be done? We need new varieties, better varieties. And this is an area that our sister organizations, NARO, Runa Kori, are now working on developing new varieties. I think we have for Robusta, they have been able to do for Robusta. You now have what we call the CWDR, the coffee wheel disease resistance variety. Now, I understand that there are still some people who are still planting what we call elites, coffee seedlings. Those, by policy, government has now put them aside. We do not now encourage people to continue to plant elite seedlings. We encourage people now to plant what we call the CWDR, which is the KR to KR10. I don't know, I need to check the last now where they have reached, but those are better varieties which are resistant to diseases, the coffee wilt in particular, which affected us some years back. So, and even in terms of the yield, they are much better. I think someone mentioned of some variety. I think we shall have more discussions on that, but understand the Nakori, they are looking into that and see the areas where that varieties can be promoted. Now, so in summary, the next slide, please. We had some targets by 2025. Of course, this target now we said was moved to 2030, where we are now hoping that we can be able to achieve that. Now, the export earnings of 1.5 billion, this I'm glad to report that we have been able to achieve this. We have surpassed that. As we talk now, our latest statistic actually indicates we are now at 2 billion, 2.06. If you consider the period from April 2024 to May 2025, we have been able to get, in terms of value, about 2.06 billion USD. So in terms of the value, we have been able to meet that. But definitely, this is an area I think I will, if given time, I will explain more how we've been able to get that. What are the factors supporting us to be able to attain this? Now, the households with improved livelihoods, definitely 1.2. We think we have been able to surpass that. People who are dealing in coffee definitely know that their lives have been better, and that's why when there is a drop in the price, they don't feel good because they want to enjoy the benefits of growing the coffee. Now, financing and investment, government continue to do its part, but definitely it can't not be left only on government. Now, that's the reason why we need the partnership. We need our development partners to come on board and support the areas where they can be able to support government on, especially particularly on financing. The price premium for Ugandan coffee due to branding. Branding is something that we are in the process. Our scientists are working on that to have a Ugandan brand. It's a process. It's a bit a long process, but the last time I interacted with the scientists, they have indicated that it was due for publications, and I think by hopefully this year, year ends, I think that should be done. So it goes through the scientific processes, and then eventually we can have. But they had already done what they call the geographical indications to get to know what flavor from which region, because all these present different taste and all that, which I'm sure the team working on that will be able to conclude, and we have that done. Now, next slide. In summary, as of the financial year 2023-24, we stand at 8.2 million 60 kilogram bag. The representative of the EDs SEATINI. We were not sure about that, whether 7, 8, but our statistic indicate that we are currently at 8.2 million 6 kilogram bags. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you note that this is still far from the 20 million 6 kilogram bags, which is just away from the 5, and maybe not now even 5 to be achieved. So a lot needs to be done. The ensuring that we encourage people to plant more coffee. But that's not forgetting to underscore where we came from, because by that time around 2013-14, we were just at 4. So we have made progress, but we need to do more and maybe probably double, so that we can achieve what we want. We wouldn't want people to say it was ambitious. Well, if we get there and we don't, we should ask ourselves questions as to why. But we believe it's something which is possible to be attained if we work together as the stakeholders in the coffee subsector. Next slide gives you have there this in summary in terms of exports from where we are now, 6.13 from the 3.5 million 6 kilogram bags in 2014-15. In terms of value, by 2023-24 was 1.15. But like I have said, this now has been overtaken by event. We are now talking about 2 billion, which is a tremendous effort to reach at that level. In terms of employment, around that time, 2013-14 was about 5 million people, but now we are talking about over 12.5 million people being employed in the coffee sector. So some good moved there. So what does this mean in terms of the progress? In the next slide. Now, I've indicated to you there the graph to show you what we need to do, or the effort we need to put by looking at the production vis-a-vis our target. Now, you can see that where I put a ring, if you can see, we are saying that now that's a reset point that we need to now start re-energizing and re-strategizing. And I think this discussion is very critical in helping us, because the statistic, if we are to achieve the 20 million bags, literally mean that every year we are adding on average about 2.5 or 3 million bags between now and 2030. That's what it means. Of course, it's not the practical, but I'm just trying to show you what it means, because you can plan now and then maybe attain in the third year, because coffee, of course, you know the grace period. But we want to believe that there are those who are planting now, those who are renovating, and those who will still plan, so that we attain the 20 million bags by 2029-2030 financial year. So it's a kind of a target now. If we are still to achieve that, a lot of effort that needs to be done. So some few challenges we can talk about, which we all must work together to address, is that we have quite a number of old and unproductive coffee trees. And the statistic indicates that about 53% are actually coffee trees that are above 50 years. I think if you go to, I don't know who has been in Zombo, West Nile, yes, you'll agree with me that the coffee trees there, majority of them are very old. And some parts of the country, even in central here, we have old coffee trees, which are not now giving us the yield because our yield is very low. Now, countries that are now actually determining the prices which we are complaining about, like Brazil, Vietnam, like Vietnam, for example, they are talking about 4 kilograms, okay? 4 kilograms per tree. Now, we need to work towards attaining or getting where they are so that we can compete favorably. So that means we need to encourage farmers to stamp their old coffee tree so that they can rejuvenate and then start to get better yield. Of course, limited youth accessing the factors of production. Some people have already talked about that, especially land, especially financing. But government has now put also a number of programs targeting the youth. But we also call upon our development partners to look at this group, the youth group, because from our census results, you can still note that the youth are still the majority, and we need to tap into. And these are people who are energetic, especially when it comes to provision of labor for coffee growing. So now I think they are, like I've said in line with the second one, I say that coffee growing still the majority of the people are still at the old age. Like Muzee there, the people owning the coffee farm. Then the young people wait to inherit when the old man, has been called by the Almighty. Now, but we need to change that trend. Can we have the old people growing coffee as well as the young people growing coffee? Instead of waiting for the parents or the old people to leave us and then we start now taking over. It shouldn't be that case. Of course, the farmer organizations, because I said farmers are not yet cooperating, they are not operating in that as a organization setting. And there are many issues that we found out. Issues to do with mistrust, the leadership, financial management. I don't want to mention one, but there is one that had very serious problem. I think when we were still under the agency as UCDA, we had to try to see how to resolve the issue, but the issue of cooperative management, governance is a big issue. And I think we can address that to give the comfort to the farmers, and we get back to how things were being done. Because can the farmers trust you by giving you their product to market for them, can they be able to store so that when the price is not very good, like we say now, they can be able to store and then sell when the price is much better. Those are the things I think for us who are young, we used to see with our those who are doing farming those days. So the question is, what has happened? Because as government, we still support, and in terms of capacity, the financial knowledge, we can continue to do it. And we have also people who can be able to support that aspect, many development partners. So unutilized land, large chunk of land. I'm glad to inform my participant, one of our participants here, who talked about northern Uganda. I want to say that northern Uganda is the government has taken an affirmative action, especially in regards to ensure that they are brought on board to grow coffee. So there's an investment that government has now put in the budget to ensure that they support northern Uganda, especially in terms of accessing the inputs. So they are not left behind, but they should be able to tap into this and then maximize, and they catch up with the rest that have moved to some level, but they also still need to be supported. Now, the low market share, now Uganda hold the 6th position, okay, compared to Brazil, which is the top producer. Now, but in terms of the share, now you can see Brazil we are talking about 39.5%. So much as we are saying we hold the 6th position globally, but with a share of 3.8 is quite low. And maybe I will make a comment on that regarding what is happening now. But the issue is that, which we must know, is that coffee is a global commodity, is traded internationally. And for you to be able to compete favorably, you must have first addressed the issue of volume. If we are talking about 8.2 and we are exporting about 6.3, 2023 to 24, now we are talking about 7. It's still low, and it is difficult to influence the international markets. So, like Brazil being the top producers, at this point, they are at the peak because they are harvesting. And therefore, it means that because of the volume, the consumers are able to get. I think if you understand with the economics, that when the supply goes up, what is expected to happen to demand? The demand eventually will go down. But for us as a country to tap into and to be able to influence the market, we must deal with the issue of production. Can we work to first look at achieving the target which our Excellency the President has guided? Yeah. Okay, so that's something we need to talk about. But of course, at the farmer level, we all know that the group of middlemen, okay, who may be exploiting the farmers. But how do you organize yourself so that the variations in the price or the price difference is not quite high? Okay, is by organizing yourself and being able to add to put a strong voice. So at that level, you are able to get a fair price that you can get as a farmer. Now, of course, some of the things which are contributing to that also includes the poor handling of the coffee, or what we call the post-harvest handling practices. Okay, so we see some farmers who actually think now the authority of UCDA is no more, and they went back to the old practice by drying the coffee on the ground, okay, molding the coffee and all that. But the law is still in place, because what has happened is that the same institution has just been reorganized into the ministry. And we have a team that are on the ground, and if you are caught, I think we shall not be blamed, because you contribute towards bringing back down the prices. Because if you have high quality coffee, definitely you can advocate for better prices. So I think we need to be very careful, and we sensitize our farmers that quality is one of the very, very important issue that we need to maintain at all levels. It should be part of us. We don't even need someone to come and tell us. I think I needed to emphasize on that, because if we don't, then eventually it will affect us. Counterfeits, I think I've talked about it. Access to credit, I've talked about. Funding, development partners, but government particularly has picked up initiatives. We have a number of engagements. We have a number of projects that we have been able to work and attract some funding, which will be channeled to the coffee sector. The issue of domestic coffee consumption, that one I entirely agree, and many people have mentioned here that Ugandans, we do not consume coffee. If this meeting was somewhere in Europe, you would be seeing how the whites are moving to the back there to pick coffee. Okay? But I don't know, it's something we need to deal with, that we need to cultivate that into the Ugandans so that we can start to drink coffee. I think Ethiopia has done that, but many other countries are still have a lot of work to do. So it's an area that as government, we want to work on. We have started by first doing what we call the domestic coffee consumption survey. We wanted to understand what is the status and what do you think we can be able to do. But a number of recommendations that we made in that survey, and I think we will be able to try to implement and see how far we can do. But this is an area that is driven more by the private sector. Okay? So sharing your idea will guide us how best, so that we support you. For example, if we are in the at the bus park, why wouldn't we have a point where people are serving coffee, as I've always seen people waiting for departure time? So why wouldn't? So what kind of support you need for that to be done. But I think we need to, for us, we are saying we are supporting the value addition because we want to have that coffee available so that people can be able to consume. So can we ensure that we have more of roasted coffee? Okay. Roasted coffee. Can we have the can we have the soluble coffee so that people can be able to access easily, but also the packaging, okay? Because the packaging is something that also needs to be dealt with to address or to try to improve the consumption, not leaving the issue of the cultural, okay, those belief and all that. Someone said we had been doing it, but we shall continue with. We try to sensitize the people about the benefits of consuming coffee. And I think we try to do this normally in a various forum where we try to promote that we should consume our brands. I think I'll not go into details of all this. I can share this, and then you get to read more. But investment in value addition, if you have looked at the NDP 4, or even if you look at the what we call agro-industrialization program implementation action plan, our main issue is on value addition. And I think our top leadership has made this very, very clear that we must emphasize and ensure that we add value to our products. Of course, the traceability system, the issue of accessing, because I told you the EU market is still our biggest market, so we are trying to address their concern. So the issue of traceability system is something that we are working on. As we talk now, the registration of coffee farmers are ongoing, and we hope to conclude. So far, we have, the last time I checked, I think over 1.5, 1.4, 1.5 had already been registered. So it's something we working with our partners and the value chain players, a number of people involved in that process. We hope to conclude and have this system that will enable us to continue to access the market, but also will help us in many, many ways in terms of supporting and having information to support our farmers. The first presenter talked about the climate smart agriculture. I will not allude more about that, but it's an area we are looking at. The irrigation, the water harvesting technology is an area government support, as particularly Ministry of Agriculture. We continue to support that. Sustainable practices like organic farming and shade-grown coffee. This is in our plan, and we will be able to support. But lastly, the empowering women, okay? Empowering women. We recognize the role that women play, okay? And in the sector, I think women have been very active in providing the labor. But after that, whatever happens, it is the other gender that takes over. So we try to see how do we empower women to come on board so that they are inclusive in supporting or developing this sector, and the benefits accrue to the entire category of the households. Someone says you support the woman, you have supported the entire households because of the role they play. So we prioritize them in our programming, and we hope that will be able to address. I think let me conclude by saying that the prices, actually, if I had known, I would have made a small slide on the issue of prices alone. I want to say that the prices now is because of the factors some members mentioned here, that countries like Brazil, okay, the volume which they are producing has affected the prices globally. It's not only in Uganda, but globally, the prices has gone down. But a few months ago, the prices were very high. That now that the drop, the decline has gone down, we now feel it has gone so much, but the decline has gone to the level that if you compare to the previous years, it is still not worse off. And I have the details here I can share with you, that we look at what the price range, because that's what we do, the price range in the previous year, say 2024, and we compare to the previous year. I looked at the same date of the previous year. So it is true, but because the prices went so high, okay, around the month of April, for example, it was extremely high. And if I show you the graph, I think this year we had the best prices, because on average, the average annual coffee export price has been at 3.11 US dollar per kilogram. So compared to the previous period, so it is something that we feel it is not so much, but yes, it's going down, but that shouldn't worry us, because it is temporal. We know that these prices will get back, it will get better. So what I can say is that I encourage the farmers not to lose hope, continue to grow more coffee, less maybe diversify, so that the president has always talked about 4-acre model, such that in a situation where we feel this is not a better price, we can have our coffee stock and wait for a better price, but also sell, because even if sell now can sustain you compared to other commodities, and that's a fact. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's what I can say. I encourage us to remain firm and continue to invest in the coffee sector. I thank you so much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I would take 4 questions. 2 from the ladies, 2 from the gentlemen. We shall do it the gender balance way. Where is the microphone? So we're going to take 2 questions.
Thank you very much. This is Kabanda Isaac from Slow Food Uganda. Thank you, the representative of the commissioner, for the real explanation about the situation. But I have two questions. One is about how can coffee be recognized on the international level when Uganda is not a member of ICO? Who? It's another question about the small scale holder farmers in terms of funding. In reality and in theory, we see this at the policy level, but when you reach at the grassroots level at the farmers, you can find a farmer who has only 30 trees, 40 trees. Really, they cannot access the funding. I don't know how we can do that, because I've been trying to advocate for them, for those who are doing small scale farming, surely, but they have their coffees, but they cannot access some grants and loans. And lastly, it's about the issue of adding or improving to have the 20 million bags. When we talk of the production of coffee, particularly when you see mostly it is not about the bigger hectares. In Uganda, when you see the leading district in coffee production is Bukoma and Simbi, where you cannot even find other people with large hectares, but you find at least each and every farmer having some coffee trees. And when we add this, we get the biggest number of people in Bukama and Simbi. The same case when you go to areas in Manafa, Mbala, and Bududa, there are no people with these bigger chunks of land, but the production from these small-scale farmers is a bit alarming, and it can help us to do this. Why can't we empower so much these small-scale farmers before even we go in for the larger farmers? In the end, I see smaller scale farmers running away from coffee if the larger entrepreneurs come in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think mine is also in line with the credit facilities, more especially to women, small-scale farmers. In most cases, when they try to go to the bank to get these funds, it's very hard. They will ask for a land title. For us in Bugisa region, women don't own land. By the time you convince your husband to put in the land title as security for a loan, it's very hard. My recommendation on this is, can we introduce a fund for cooperatives such that we encourage smallholder farmers to join those cooperatives so that they can get that financing? That is mine.
Thank you very much for that information. Mine is about the domestic consumption. As you have explained, we have seen Brazil is putting a lot of coffee on the world market, which is almost 40%. But again, they do a lot of domestic consumption. Ethiopia itself is doing a lot of domestic consumption. Here, we have a challenge due to the fact that during the colonial regime, our people were given a negative information about drinking coffee. But how do we address this such that people can take a positive information about the importance of taking coffee? I think that is the major challenge on that. I.e., we used to have radio programs about coffee. Why don't we put more information which is positive to emphasize the youth to take a lot of coffee, even the old people, to show the importance of taking coffee such that people can take a lot of coffee? Because this is one of the things that can lead to good prices. And another point is about the access to funds, like you said. I strongly agree that if we do like a Peru, Brazil, Guatemala, they have set what we call the coffee microfinance scheme, which understands the farmers where they can go and access for funds without collateral. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brenda, ITC. I have about 4 comments. To start with is on the point of meeting the target for the roadmap for increasing production to 20 million bags. One of the things we've recently realized is that horizontally, there's been increased expansion of land for production. So that is happening, yet we see the volumes actually declining. So for me, we need to critically think about the question of production versus productivity. I think on the part of productivity, we really need to do a lot of work there. You highlighted something about improved livelihoods, and I think it's something that meetings like these also aim to achieve. But the biggest question that lingers is how do we improve livelihoods through coffee? Trying to attempt to it, for me, number one is we need to understand and strengthen the role of SMEs and cooperatives. And one of the examples that Dora mentioned, when you go down to issues like finance, access to finance is of course very difficult, but how do we make it simpler for small groups, for women that are into coffee? The best strategy would be creating a fund or supporting the already established farmer groups, so that farmers don't have to go to the bank to access this money themselves. The money can be given to the farmer groups or the cooperatives, and then they can be able to access it from there. The third issue is on value addition. I'm always skeptical when we speak about value addition. I think every time we talk about value addition, we need it to go with market access. Because I think so many times we speak about value addition, but the question we don't respond to is what happens after we've added value? Where is the coffee going? Especially if we're talking about value addition for the entire supply chain up to the point of consumption. So my proposal is, when we speak about value addition, maybe for now we need to focus more on value addition at post-harvest level, but not really value addition to complete the entire supply chain. Because unless we're ready to respond to the questions of increasing consumption domestically, we're likely to have a challenge of where the market is for our coffee. You and I know that Europe is not open to taking on coffee that has been added value to, because our biggest markets that we have are the roasters in Europe. So if you've done that here locally, then that ideally means that you've lost your already available market. Close to lastly, on the issue of improving livelihoods, is also a concept of crop diversification. We've seen, and one of the times we visited Mbale, we said, how many of you grow coffee? Yes, everyone grows coffee, but they are not consuming it. Beyond the cultural norms is that most of them will say, I cannot afford a cup of coffee in a hotel or at a cafeteria. Why? Because it's expensive. And most of them are growing coffee, but then they are still poor. They're growing coffee, but then the food security is actually not there, because now the price is hiked. Everyone cut down everything to go and grow coffee. And of course, that exposes them to challenges of food insecurity. So if we can look into crop diversification, I think that would be a key component. Lastly, is that we're seeing that there's a global reshaping of how businesses are operating now. and we're moving more into a direction of sustainable production, sustainable consumption. And of course, that brings in the point of the new global international standards that we've seen set. So, and there is a trickle down effect to the farmers that yes, compliance may be required for the top EU in-scope companies, but it trickles down to the farmers. So we also need to invest a lot in awareness raising, in building capacity for, farmers and farmer groups to understand some of the changing global market dynamics. The point you talk about price, I think we need to exhaust it. People that have been in coffee for a long time understand that this happens almost every after 10 years, because that is a time when Brazil is experiencing that, frost challenge, whatever it is. So I think to address the fears, to address the challenges, to address the worries, it's really important that we exhaust the point and make them understand that because prices were high last year, everyone has now gone into coffee growing. We need to help them understand. Otherwise, it will look like maybe it's a government challenge that we're seeing the prices dropping down. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate all of you for these questions and proposals that you have put forward. Yes, I'll start with the last one. The prices. We will be, I think my minister has already put a press brief on prices. I have a copy here explaining in details what is causing the decline in the coffee prices now. So there is that. If you have not access, I can give you this and get to understand the different factors which is actually causing the prices to decline. But like I said, two things that we need to do, because I'm looking at us, the people who are in this room, who need to continue to get the best from coffee, is that my message is that let's grow more coffee, okay? Because that is how we can compete favorably at the international level. Once our share goes up, then we can be able to influence the market. Then secondly is that the value addition, which you have talked about, we add value, because we all know that what you get from selling your coffee as a raw bean is not the same if you have added value. You have raised an issue of the market, but I think that is what we are doing as government to negotiate, okay? If these investors don't feel buying our coffee in form of roasted beans, for example, then why can't they be able to invest in Uganda? It means there's something which maybe we are lacking. Either there's that trust in terms of the quality. Because like I said, coffee is very, very treasure. So someone needs to have trust in what you are giving them to consume. So we need to address that issue. And I would not think that they would not be able to accept our coffee if they have that trust in the product we are exporting. Now, I agree with you on the global sustainable production and consumption. Yes, that's why we're talking about the sustainable coffee, because they are actually fetch premium prices, better prices. And I think That's where most of the consumers now are looking at. We have got consumers who actually come and they want to know where coffee is being grown and under what conditions. And the issue is that they want to build, to be sure of that product that is going out. Now, the value addition, yes, the priority now is at that post-harvest level, okay, where we're talking about roasted coffee, we are talking about having more products, we are talking about the soluble coffee, but the government has not abandoned the other value addition, because if you understand the concept of value addition, it's from research. So government is investing in the research institutions, Nakori, Naro, to ensure that they give us those planting materials which are of much better quality. I think that effort has not been left behind, but the more emphasis on the post-harvest. Like I said, most of our coffee from the 8.2, almost 90% is being exported. And in what form? In green beans. I think all of us, I mean, many of us here are aware about that. So that's what government is trying to address, that can we be able to add value instead of exporting this completely in raw beans or in green beans? Can we add value such that we can be able to negotiate better prices? I think it's something that can be done. Then productivity, production vis-a-vis productivity, that goes hand in hand. Okay? Yes, we are saying production, we have moved some step, but we still have where we want to get to, which means we are not yet where we want to be. But we also handle the productivity aspect. That's why I talked about the issue of old and unproductive coffee trees, which should be able to help us address the issue of productivity. So that intervention is what we are focusing on, to see that we increase the yield of coffee tree, the yield per coffee tree, to reach where some of those competitors of ours are, like Vietnam, where their yield is quite high compared to ours, almost 3 times. So it's something that we prioritize, and it is in our plan to address the issue of productivity. Then the access to finance. I think this is I've taken note of this. Is something that we will have to work on. I note that I think the information about the available credit is lacking, especially among the small older farmers. But what I can say is that there are some available credits which we can be able to access. Maybe as a ministry, that is what we shall emphasize. We shall put this information and see how we can either publish or communicate, so that people who have interest can be able to access. Because what I know is that the terms of some of these facilities that government is supporting are not so much stringent. They have taken care of the the conditions that we know these smallholder farmers and the rest are operating. So accessing them have those favorable terms. The important thing is to know where you can be able to get that kind of facilities. Of course, I said we are still trying to get as more resources possible to invest in the sector. Others are in form of projects. Like I am aware, government is engaging with the Italian Climate Fund to put in resources that is going to support greatly the coffee value chain players. I'm aware because I have participated in the project proposal, and it's a substantial amount. If all goes well, we should be able to have that. But also, many of the stakeholders have raised this issue of setting up a coffee, you call it what, a coffee microfinance? Yes. That discussions is ongoing. I can't commit on it, but it is at a higher level. So we hope the people at those levels will be able to make a decision on whether that can work, whether these resources they have talked about are not being utilized. But the feedback we had got from some of these facilities that the funds are there, but the intake are actually low, which means probably either people are not aware. It is something we'll discuss with them and get to understand. Because if the resources are there and people are not utilizing, then maybe there's something we have to get to understand much more better. Then I think there were proposals, domestic coffee consumption. I agree. The sensitization have to continue, and yeah, it's true. Many countries, for us, we look at our neighbors, the nearest, which is Ethiopia. Question is, how have they done it? Okay, so it is something we need to do. But I think for our country, this is in my opinion, is that it is something to do with the culture, which needs to be addressed, the culture. But then the other aspect is the access, okay? Especially the youth. They want something which is readily consumable. Do we have that available? Then also the packaging, okay? Because if we see like the one behind it there, 12, was it at 12,000? So look at the other average income, not average, but low. Can they be able to afford? So can we think about packaging it in a way that can be affordable by all categories of people, especially the youth? Because if you see like alcohol, I think the alcohol people are on top of their game than the coffee people. They have all what they call it tot or what sachets and the rest, which the youth picks at any time. So maybe it's something we can think about so that they can be able to get. But the innovation of the byproducts, which the researchers are working on, is something which needs to be done, because we may not consume coffee directly, but in form of the products. The lotions, I've heard of anti-aging, which I'm sure many people would want to use. So if we're consuming in that form, that's part of what we are talking about. Then I think, can we focus on smallholders instead of supporting the people with large a large chunk of land. Yes, some areas it's difficult to get this land now, but in some areas I'm aware. I think a colleague, a person, one of the participants talked about, especially northern Uganda, because we have visited that place, and the people wants to grow coffee. So I think we will support both people with land and smallholders. Okay, for smallholders, maybe you need to focus now on the productivity. If you can't increase acreage more anymore, can we see you increasing the productivity, the yield? That should now be the focus. For those with land, can be able to grow. Of course, the issue of EUDR is what we trade carefully for those who are increasing acreage. There is that issue of the EUDR, which is the whole subject of discussions, and the expert can explain. Then, so access of credit to financing, I've already talked about. Then, how can coffee be recognized at international level when Uganda is not a member of ICO? Now, this is a decision that was taken at a higher level than me. I wouldn't want to comment on it here, but what I can say is that we are still exporting coffee. And as you heard about the numbers I gave you earlier, not being a member of ICO has not stopped us from exporting our coffee. There were those benefits and the demerits of being the member. And as I said, at that level, they discussed it and came up with that decision. So whether to go back to the ICO, will have to come from that level again after looking at the demerits at that time, why they pause not to be a member, and whether the issues have been addressed. And then there is, I wouldn't think there can be a problem to get back to be a member of ICO. But there were some concerns at that time why Uganda had to pause from being a member of ICO. I think Guatemala is another country that also paused from being a member of ICO. But that decision is at a certain level than where I sit. I thank you so much. I think I have tried to respond to all your to your questions. But about the prices, we have details right up. We have briefs about the prices if you want to understand more about why the prices is declining. Our offices are also open. Feel free to come. I personally come from the division of marketing and promotion. So come so that if you want more and more details, we can have more explanation. But information we are putting to the public through our leadership to try to explain to the public why the prices. What I can only say is that let us not worry about what is happening. It is temporal. We think that the status now will be able to change in a due course or improve in a due course. Price fluctuations happens even with any other commodity. But because coffee, of course, is our cash cow, if it happens, that's why people feel it. Okay? Yeah, but let's keep calm and we wait. We continue to do invest in the sector, and as government, we will continue to do our part to put in interventions that can help the players not to feel a lot of pain when such scenarios happens. I thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Just to remind you as well is that Alfred Danokui is representing Mr. Gerald Chalo, who couldn't make his way here today. So what is going to happen now is we're going to be having a panel discussion. But before that, we do have a documentary that is going to be played, which is going to set pace for the panel discussion. The panel discussion will be looking at how we can build a resilient and equitable coffee sector. But this particular documentary is looking at unlocking the promise, making Uganda's coffee fair for all. And to those who are joining us virtually, we have people who are following every proceeding on the SEATINI YouTube channel. Also, you can add a subscription if you are here with us. But besides that, before we even get into the documentary, I would love us to stand up and try to flex the muscles a bit. We've been seated for quite some time, and then we warm up for the final part of this dialogue. If we do have someone from the fitness class, you can help us with a few exercises here and there. If not, maybe we can do the stretches ourselves. Please.
Okay, going to go back in our primary school. Okay, we are going back to our primary school exercise. So we are going to do a part together. Just you see, you see. Let's do a part together. Our parts, our parts, our parts. So now we are going to stretch like this. You look back. Your waist have to feel the ashes and everything. Yes. Okay, so now you give a high five to your neighbor.
Yes. All right, thank you very much. So now, ladies and gentlemen, our attention should be on the screens where we're going to be having a documentary prepared by the team at SEATINI, Uganda. Now, this documentary is looking at unlocking the promise, making Uganda's coffee fair for all. So in simple terms, we're trying to see how best we can make coffee fair for everyone involved, the consumer, the producers, the farmers, even those that drive the seeds, or rather the beans from the garden to the marketplace, and then those that drive these beans to the processing plants and what have you. Our attention will now turn to the screen, but besides that, allow me.
Is one of our flagship cash crops.
In the hills of Bugisu, coffee is more than a crop. It is a way of life passed down from generation to generation. But for many smallholder farmers, especially women and youth, the land they cultivate is not theirs.
Women, youth, and men have no equal opportunities. Because in most cases, unless otherwise, if say for instance we talk about youth, unless maybe your parents passed on, and then you were able to inherit either a farm of coffee.
Then the women, unless if you made your own money, bought this land, registered it legally, and you own it. You can never have a coffee plantation that is fully yours.
If a woman wants to plant, you have to beg the husband to give you land. But at the end of the day, the husband is the one who takes to the market.
More authority or more powers are always in the hands of what? In the hands of men.
They grow the coffee, but they do not control the price. They are price takers in a system dominated by middlemen.
The price is not fair as a farmer because you discover that in between there are people whom we term as middlemen. Then this middleman will come and buy at a considerable, at a lower price as a farmer. Sometimes you can do a lot of work, but at the end of the day, what you get is just what? Minimal.
When the market dips, so do their hopes.
The issue of making the coffee value chain work for all, but also improving the coffee value chain. And such efforts have involved or included mobilizing of farmers, smallholder coffee farmers, that include both men and women and the youth, but also engaging on some of the emerging policy initiatives and directives.
As a farmer, I have attended some dialogues in Kampala, whereby SEATINI is trying to ensure that maybe government can set up a price. SEATINI is saying that, but how, as a government, how do we regulate the pricing of the coffee so that the farmers can benefit? How can government help farmers to improve on the production of coffee and also the quality of coffee?
In response to these challenges, SEATINI Uganda, the Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiation Institute stepped in with the Fair for All Coffee Value Chain project. The initiative trained community members like Jen, helping farmers better understand the coffee market, know their rights, and strengthen their voices in trade and policy spaces.
As a monitor and as a farmer, we thank SEATINI because SEATINI has trained us as monitors. SEATINI has engaged farmers with the other stakeholders in the value chains, because when I can mention SEATINI, we had a dialogue meeting in Russell, we had dialogue meetings in Nyondo, we had dialogue meetings in Usano, we had dialogue meetings at the district level.
Through these trainings, farmers learned how to calculate the value of their produce and negotiate better prices. They are no longer selling blindly. They are asking questions, making demands, and slowly shifting from being price takers to informed sellers.
Now I can process my coffee and keep it, store it well, waiting for a good price compared to the first where I used to do without a training.
Whatever touches coffee, including changes in prices, affect not only coffee farmers or value chain actors, but also the country at large. The foreign exchange earnings reduce, job opportunities reduce. The changes, especially reduction in coffee prices, also means that it will deter long-term investment in the coffee sector. Some farmers might choose to cut down their trees, which is very bad and unfortunate.
Still, the challenges remain. Buyers offer inconsistent prices and most farmers can't afford to wait.
Sometimes when you are financially constrained, you cannot even look at those prices. You need the money. Even if somebody comes and says the kilo is 5,000 and the child is sick, will you wait for the prices? You pick that money.
Jen, a community mentor trained by SEATINI, explains how difficult it is to predict income from coffee.
Because you wake up in the morning, you say, the coffee now, today we are buying at 13,000. You wake up the next day, you go to a middleman or to the person saying, today I'm buying at 10,000.
She recalls seasons when farmers rushed to sell during low price periods, losing money and morale. That's why many are now calling for policy change.
They should ensure that UCDA is independent. It has now been cocooned in the Ministry of Agriculture. UCDA used to move to community and at least give us information about the prices. It's no longer there. I don't know whether they stopped working or they are still working. And yet, the work it was doing was more of farmer-based. Now when they are there for us, we cannot even hear from them. We don't know the new quality, the new seedlings of coffee. We don't know what is growing well and what is not. So it is a big challenge.
They want the return of cooperatives to protect them from exploitation.
If the government can be able to encourage cooperatives, that would be super.
And most of all, they want a seat at the table when coffee policies are being shaped.
I want a government to involve farmers when they are making their policies, so that we are involved and we participate.
SEATINI affirms that the coffee sector cannot be transformed without the input of farmers.
We are fully prepared to comply with the requirements of the European Union deforestation regulation because the European market is very important for our coffee. Nearly 60% of our coffee goes to the EU.
The organization is focused on empowering producers, especially women and youth, to understand trade systems, navigate pricing dynamics, and speak up in decision-making spaces.
In their advocacy, at least they have directed me the stakeholders of coffee in this coffee value chain. I can engage the district, the sub-county, the extension workers, and all those in the coffee value chain. Even the information they give us in terms of prices, the global market, the EU directives has helped me improve my coffee farming.
The Fair for All project is building a fairer value chain where farmers are not just producers, but negotiators and influencers.
Now the farmers are trying to know their rights. They are also trying to know that these services they can demand from government. There is one time we visited a sub-county, the farmers rejected some agricultural inputs, which were fake.
A fairer coffee economy begins with the farmer, with access to knowledge, a voice in policy, and the right to institutional support. Uganda's smallholder farmers can rise above volatility, reclaim control, and brew a future that benefits them first.
There should be flexible policies in agricultural funding and accessing loans for farmers.
If insurance should also be put in place, because with agriculture, especially in the areas of coffee, there are some risks. If it can be insured, if the government can be able to encourage that, then at the same time, of course, this would be able to push the farmer in case there is loss.
If coffee is processed here, even a younger farmer will know that coffee is not for export only, but it is a drink.
With SEATINI walking beside them, the future is already brewing.
Now, first, I'll start with Professor Samwiri Ruanga, who is a prominent Ugandan historian known for his research and publications on Uganda's history, particularly its colonial and post-colonial era. He's notably recognized for his book, that is Uganda, an Indian colony, 1897 to 1972. If you've got the chance to read about that, to read that particular book, you realize he highlights something to do with coffee and how coffee got to be one of the cash crops that made sense for Uganda's economy. Then he also highlights something about cotton and how Uganda's economy really grew in regards to agriculture development and growth. That very book, Uganda, an Indian colony, 1897 to 1972. And this particular book explores the role of Indians in Uganda's economy and the political landscape therein. Now, in his book, Samir Ranga urges that Indians during British colonial rule held a privileged economic position in Uganda, particularly with coffee and cotton. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome Professor Samiri Ruanga. You will be joining us here. And then besides that, allow me to also welcome Miss Nabukwasi Jane Josephine. Jen is a smallholder farmer from Mbale district. She will also be sharing with us how best we can build a resilient and equitable coffee sector. She will also highlight a little bit of her journey in the sector, in the coffee sector, how she's navigating the strides within the region in Mbale. Then also, ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome Mr. Lubega Jonathan. Jonathan is a program officer, agricultural trade for rural transformation, SEATINI, Uganda. Today, he has also garnered a new title. He has taken us through some of those fitness training. So maybe we can call him Coach Jonathan as of today. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, also introduce Mr. Nkadu Joseph, Executive Director, New Cafe. Okay, I think these are the available people here. Again, also to thank everyone who is following the proceedings as it is going via the YouTube channel on SEATINI Uganda. Later on, as we conclude with the program, by the way, we shall also hear something from the representative of the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. We need to know how easy or how hard is it to get the Q mark, especially for those who are dealing with coffee processing, the exporters of coffee, and the standards of coffee on the international market, what it entails and why we need to work on that. For now, if you have any question, I think what we shall do, we have some notebooks there. Maybe you can write a question or two for one of the three panelists that we do have here. So that we can beat up with the time. Now, the bit of the conversation will also be centered on the documentary we've been having, my dear panelists, but then also we want to hear from you, how best can we build a resilient and equitable coffee sector? So we want to hear from the three of you, and then maybe the audience will as well interact and ask some few questions, and those questions will be rotating around the way forward, basing on the things that you will have highlighted for us. And I'll give you the chance, a minute each, to just give us a brief introduction about yourselves. Then the presentation will be taking 5 minutes for each one of you, or within 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Joram. And thank you so much, our dear participants, both those that have attended physically and those that are with us online. It's a pleasure to sit on this panel before Professor. Really, it's an honor. My name is Jonathan Lubega, the Programs Officer, Agricultural Trade for Rural Transformation, a policy analyst, and I'll be sharing in that line. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor being among the panelists. I'm a farmer as well as a community monitor, but I also do work as a human rights activist, especially looking at human rights in the coffee value chain.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rwanga Lunyigo. I taught at history at Makerere for a very long time. And now I'm interested in my background. And my background is the peasant background. And that's what I'm interested in. And I'll address you with that background. I'll front it because I think what we need in Uganda is an all-inclusive economy where everybody feels a belonging to that economy. And most of us in Uganda are peasants, and that's where I'm going to concentrate and draw my strength.
Yeah. Joram, the moderator, would we go to the next, if you so allow? Okay. Um, really, thank you. I'll start, but in the line that what does it take to build a resilient and equitable coffee sector in Uganda as well as the East African region, and then as we look at the African continent. I want to first of all highlight that Uganda and the African continent, even the East African region, has made commitments, and these commitments are laid down in different agendas and policy documents. For example, the Agenda 2030, specifically is SDG 2 on ending hunger. Then we have Agenda 2063, specifically Goal 5, looks at calling on modernizing agriculture, specifically looking at a commitment on value addition under goal number 5. We also have the East African Vision 2050. It also highlights under Pillar 2 commitments on increasing investment in and enhancing agriculture productivity and for food security and transformation. We have Vision 2040 that Uganda is right now flooding, and pushing towards. So Uganda is thinking that by the 2040, we shall be able to realize and prioritizing value addition in agriculture through agro-processing. And looking at that background, we have currently the launched National Development Plan 4. It is actually a document that has started this month, if I'm to be very certain, and it's going to run for the next 5 years. And when you look at this document, it is giving and highlighting specific areas that the country should really concentrate on. And also it highlights the shortfalls that we have as a country. First of all, it highlights, I've had a privilege of listening to the contributions where the key issues of limited access to credit and access to financing for farmers, it really specifies the challenge of 10% of small-scale farmers having access to formal finance. This is really very little. And also looking at the 1% of farmers having access to, the agriculture insurance subsidy, it is only 1% that is highlighted under the NDP4. It is also an opportunity that if these are highlighted, what should we then do as actors in this sector to enhance access to credit? How can we help the coffee department enhance? Because when you look at the NDP4 also highlights the increase in agricultural exports, and part of the products that have led to the increase in these exports of 1.53 billion is coffee. And looking at the background challenges, how can we address these background challenges, facilitate access to credit, facilitate access to inputs for everyone to really benefit from this lucrative kind of value cash crop. And one also I want to highlight that if we want to benefit from the coffee value chain, we should look at it with a profitable lens as the country. How are we looking at the profitable lens? Are we having structured access to credit? She has also highlighted in her issues of market access. If we are looking at value addition in the coffee value chain, are we really drawing the linkage between coffee value addition to market accessibility and the market availability? Where is our concentration going to be in terms of market, accessibility? If we are talking about increasing local consumption, where is that effort going to be concentrating? So these are some of the areas. We have inclusivity, branding, and promotion. We had the morning discussion with Joram and my colleagues about the coffee we have, and we asked, what is the problem when we enter a supermarket? Our eyes are really drawn to the exported coffee. Why are we running to that one in a glass form and leave out the other coffee that is in a pack that we do not want to look at? So these are the small questions. How can we facilitate, branding, increase competitiveness of our produced coffee in Uganda? Also, lastly, I'll conclude by the issue that if we are looking towards a resilient coffee subsector and a whole region or district does not have a grading machine, Mubende specifically, when we do not have grading machines for coffee to be processed, how really will we help specifically the people of Mubende who have invested in acres and acres of coffee and their prices is still wholesomely determined by the global forces of, prices and demand and supply on all that? That means that if there is no grading machine, it will leave farmers to sell beans, to leave farmers to sell, unprocessed, products where they would leverage on the local market. There, they can't be able to facilitate. At this time, and with the interest of time, I want to give my colleagues also an opportunity. But thank you so much.
Thank you. I've already introduced myself. I will make my background. Me, as you see me here, the journey through my education, where I got school fees, is from the coffee farming. My parents were peasants. My father was a farmer. My mother was a farmer. They had no other job, but their job was to be in their gardens, cultivating coffee to ensure that as a family we survive. And that's why we take coffee as a serious issue in the Bugisu region. When you try to tamper with the coffee in Bugisu, you are dead. Now looking at what does it take to build a resilient and equitable coffee sector as a farmer and as well as a monitor in Mbale. When you look at our geographical landscape in Mbale, you will see that we are in the mountain area. We are having a lot of problems, especially issues of climate change and environmental challenge. So to ensure that we build a resilient, we need to address issues of climate change and environmental challenges in Bugisu and in Uganda as a whole. As you may remember, in our districts, Ududa, Mbale, Sironko, Bulambuli, there have been a lot of landslides. And I can assure you that the one which took place in Bulambuli, it took almost 3 villages. All the banana plantations and the coffee plantations were also washed away. So we need to tackle this as a government to ensure that we help our farmers to control this. Another issue is that when you look at, as farmers, as other members have said, the issues of accessing finance. In fact, the government has provided some money in Post Bank, has provided some money in Grow, but when you look at the modalities, the processes, you find that a small farmer down there is unable to access that credit. So we think that government through now the PDM can be able to ensure that the women and the youth access credit through PDM, and that amount of money should be increased, because when you look at what it takes in the coffee sector, there are high costs during the production of coffee. So as we pledge that government comes out to ensure that the coffee farmers are being protected and be given enough capital to ensure that we increase on the production and also on the productivity. Another issue we can do, when you look at the farmers, here in Kampala, we are saying of the EU rules and directives. Although government and other sectors have tried to ensure that they sensitize the farmers, but when you look at the lower local level, our farmers are still not convinced with this EU guidelines. They think that the government wants to tax them. And in fact, others are fearing to be registered because they say that this is maybe a way government now wants us to tax and we pay more taxes. So we need more sensitization of our farmers to ensure that they comply with the EU guidelines. Then when we look at an issue, the cultural issue, whereby we need a lot of sensitizations, a lot of dialogue meetings. We need to ensure that we enhance the information sharing, the coordination, and the capacity building, so that our farmers can be updated on the latest, maybe the varieties. And even when you look at our farmers, they say that what government is bringing, the representative from the ministry talked about the new varieties. You know, our farmers down there are very hesitant that these new varieties, within 3 years, 4 years, they are not producing any quality. So they are still hesitant. So we need a lot of training, sensitization to ensure that our farmers can be able to embrace the new varieties to increase on the production and the productivity. Another issue was about the youth you have talked about and the women. In fact, we're having a problem is that this production of coffee is also causing domestic violence in our homes. So we need a lot of sensitization and training to ensure that both the husband and the wife agree on the production of coffee and also see how they can share the profits with the children. And in fact, another issue in Bugisu is that the issue of land fragmentation. While we are saying that we need to involve the youth in the production, we don't have enough land. Maybe government can find a way of providing some land to these organized youth groups so that they can be involved in the production of this coffee. Because as we talk now, as one person stated it, the old people are, let me say, they are dying and they are unable to produce more coffee. As much as we are saying we need 20 million bags, who is going to produce those 20 million bags? Because the old people, our parents, our sisters, our brothers have grown old, they are unable to produce those bags you are talking about. So we need to involve the youth in the production of coffee if Uganda is to achieve the 20 million bags we are talking about. And also increasing on the incomes of the people. Another issue which our farmers down there is that the Ministry of Agriculture, when you look at the budgeting, little money has been allocated to the agriculture sector. We don't know whether our legislators think agriculture is important or it is not important. Government should increase the budget because, as we said, 80% of the population is involved in agriculture. When if 80% is involved in the agriculture, and then the allocation of the national budget is less, then when we are talking of the 20 million, I think we shall not achieve unless we increase the budget so that trainings can be done. Then the provision. In fact, our farmers are also facing the problem of machines. This hoeing machines, this pulping machine. You can find that in the village, you can find that only 2 people are having that hoeing machine. So this one now has to delay, wait for the other person to finish. This one comes to ask, so and so has taken it, maybe wait tomorrow. So that one also, when we are talking about the quality, it affects the quality because when these coffee berries take time without processing, it affects the quality. So due to our time, so if we are to achieve, the farmers need those things to improve so that we can be able to increase the coffee production and the quality so that the people, the women and the youth can improve on their household incomes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the outset, I want you to forgive me if I digress. And I mostly live in the past, so you'll excuse me. Since the early 1980s, Uganda has been saddled by the neoliberal regime. Privatize, government get out of the economy. And for the last 45 years, we have been shackled by neoliberalism. And I think it is high time we began to debunk neoliberalism, get the people back into the government back into the economy, let them become policymakers. Okay, let government become policymakers once again, because today, if you don't toe the Washington consensus, then you will not be supported. I wish we could debunk neoliberalism and be the masters of our policy making. That's the first thing. Now, we have had many programs to alleviate or eliminate poverty, but none of them has worked, as far as I'm concerned. It is true that the devil is always there. So when you are drawing up your programs, give some portion to the devil. There is an outcry about corruption. It has always been there and it should always be there. But the governors should be able to have some control. There are problems which are so fundamental to the inclusivity of the population, the economy. Take the land question. I think government should consider this very seriously. Why? Uganda is a tiny place, and God is not making land anymore. So we need to use the land we have. But today we are alienating land, giving to foreigners, small as we are. Why are we doing this? I think this is a major policy consideration. For instance, I'll give you an example. of Kaweri, the German coffee growers. They found those people growing coffee. They took the land, they uprooted the coffee, they grew their own coffee, displacing Ugandans from that land. And when you talk what we have been talking about, you take land for granted that it is there and it will always be there. When foreigners come here, they see the land, they look at the minerals and so on, but they don't see us, the people who are on this land. So it's high time we should own our land and become visible once again. There is a problem, especially in academia. We want to be validated by other people. If somebody from Cambridge or Oxford says, oh, this is good, it is good. If he says it is bad, it is bad. Now, let us get out of that prison. We search validation, and if we do, we should be validated by our own people, not outsiders. And I think this is a major, major problem. We have the problem of self-esteem and self-confidence. That is why whatever we do is dictated by foreigners. For instance, if we started to look at the African market for the consumption of our coffee, wouldn't we sell some coffee in Africa? This is a question which we should really ask. And in many parts of Uganda, coffee is embedded in our culture, deeply embedded. Coffee was grown here in forest environments before the white man came. And it was a very important cultural item, brotherhood. And in many households in Uganda, coffee beans were used as greeting. When you greeted people, the first thing you gave them were coffee beans. Now, we had a very good coffee here this morning. The unfortunate thing was that I also saw tea. In a coffee session, then we also had tea. And the cup of coffee I drank was the best I've drunk in so many years. I don't know where that cup of coffee comes from. I wish that coffee comes back into the Ugandan culture. And our ancestors did not drink coffee, they chewed it. They chewed the coffee, roasted coffee beans. If we cannot afford this coffee, we can still consume coffee. Let us chew it like our ancestors did. It is a big cultural item. Apart from the money it generates, we want to begin at home and encourage consumption. Sometime back, I heard that somebody was given 37 billion shillings to teach the people of Uganda how to drink coffee. That's the last I heard about it. But in our days, in the 60s and early 70s, the Coffee Marketing Board had coffee shops all around Uganda. The major urban areas, we had coffee shops. And I thought that the people who are going to once again popularize coffee drinking would begin there. But I'm not aware of any coffee shops which have been opened around Uganda. If there are any, please tell me. And 37 billion shillings would have gone a long way in the establishment of coffee shops around the country. If anybody knows what happened to that project, please let me know. Now, about standards, and a lot is said about standards. You see, we don't set our own standards. They are set abroad. They determine the standards, then they determine the prices. So, if we are going to drink, there was here, and I think I spread to the entire country, you heard of Kawa Kawomera. Did anybody hear of Kawa Kawomera? It was a cheap coffee, but people drank it. And we need both the expensive coffee and the cheap coffee. And that's how we shall include the ordinary people, the peasants like me, in the drinking of coffee. The fluctuation of prices has always been there. And we thrive on the misfortunes of Brazil. When they have frost, the prices are high. But we should stop thriving on the misfortunes of Brazil. We should begin to think about our own way forward with regard to this industry. And I don't know how 20 million bags were determined as the threshold. I don't know what is sacrosanct about 20 million. But I think we should move in this industry at our own pace. Because, for instance, the fluctuation of prices discourages people. And some people indeed cut down coffee trees and do something else, to plant something else. But there's something, during the colonial period, and this began with the Governor Andrew Cohen, he set up a price stabilization fund so that if the price of coffee was high on the market, he would give you something lower and put the rest in a stabilization fund so that when the price of coffee fell, then they would get money from the stabilization fund and pay the farmers to keep their morale. Now, Uganda could try that. Of course, when the British, there was a lot of money in this fund by the early 50s, and instead of giving it back to the farmer, it paid for other projects, like Owen Falls Dam and so on. But I think a stabilization fund should be useful so that the farmers can keep growing coffee. Now, we have, I think, to change our perceptions. I have noticed that most of the people drank tea instead of coffee this morning. When we actually had a coffee session, we have a coffee session. Why? You know, we are told of palpitations, that it ruins the heart. so we don't drink it. But where we export coffee, do they have any huts? I don't know, but I think they have. So the fee of coffee drinking should be expunged. Oh, coffee, you'll get hyper something, the heart will go haywire. But surely, this is what they drink where we sell this coffee. So let us debunk some of these myths. Coffee is not dangerous. Coffee has been a beverage in Uganda for a very long time. And if you have a weak heart, then let the doctors determine that we cannot drink coffee because you have a bad heart. But some of these myths should be debunked. Now, if you are a leader, it matters that your people live well. And that's why we have leaders, to make our lives better. Now, and this is where government should come in. Privatization and individualization has been the rage for the last 40, 45 years. And what has happened? Our debt to GDP ratio is about 52, and that's extremely unhealthy. And it is because we jump onto too many things in Uganda. And every successful acquisition of loan is considered as a victory. We should be depressed by the heavy debt we have. And we are continuing to have these debts. So let us cut, let us fit in our economic size. We are thinking of too many projects. And we are thinking too fast. UCDA, according to the farmers here, was doing a good job. But then you scrap it. And some of us raised our voices, said, why don't you let the status quo reign? But we're not successful. There are so many other things, like you've been talking about credit to the farmers. Well, the 60s was the golden age of the cooperatives. That's when the Uganda Cooperative Bank was established so that the cooperators could get credit from there. Now you're talking about of micro this, micro the other. When shall we become big? I'll give you an example of one country, Singapore. Between 1962 and 1964, when they got independence, they used to come here to Uganda to benchmark, including Lee Kuan Yew. They went back, got independence in 1964, and within 30 years, they were a first world country. And yet, they came here to benchmark. And now, we are going to tiny Singapore to ask for loans and for investors. Let us look inside ourselves. What has gone wrong? We have all these resources. What has happened? That is the question that should really engage us. We have the resources, we have very educated people, but what is wrong with us? We should be able to to agonize and answer these questions. Because if we don't answer them, we shall continue to drift endlessly as we are doing now. Now, we talk about money. We have these old cooperatives. We know them. The only one which has survived in any state of health is Bugishu Cooperative Union, but we had many. And cooperatives are bottom-up projects. You don't throw money at them. They organize themselves and generate their own funds. And that's what was happening. So what happened to these cooperatives? Why can't we restore the cooperatives? First, begin with the old ones, and then, if necessary, create new ones. The cooperators here should be able to agonize over that question. Where is Nyakatonzi Cooperative Union? Where is Acholi Cooperative Union? Where is Yubavu Mpologoma? Where is Banyankole Kweterana? And so on. We know that the cooperatives here in Uganda suffered a lot during the War of Liberation. But after liberation, and that was almost 40 years ago, have attempts been made to restore the cooperatives because a lot of resources were taken from these cooperatives to support the liberation war, where they compensated, where they encouraged to resume their cooperative activities. You see, in our country, we know the problems, but the problem is who will lance the boil? Who is going to lance the boil and tell truth as it is? Because we can agonize until the cows come home, but without lancing this boil, we shall never get anywhere. Credit, we had solved, this problem had been solved. And a lot of jobs were generated in the cooperative movement. They had gineries, they had coffee processing plants, they were giving bursaries and scholarships, they were giving credit to their members. So let us go back to these fundamentals. But if you are going to agonize about land. The money bags are taking all the land. And not all over the country. It is the money bags. And the money bags do not do farming. They are speculators. Those are problems, fundamental problems. And until we solve those problems, I don't think we shall get anywhere.
All right, thank you very much, dear panelists. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be taking 4 questions for the panelists as we sum up our dialogue today. And then the other concerts that will be coming in, you will be sharing with the team at SEATINI, Uganda. And then also a few documents will be shared via email for a follow-up of every bit of the discussion that we've been having. So as we did it earlier, 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. So the ladies and then the gentlemen.
Thank you very much for that information. Mine is again a contribution. As you all know, coffee is sold on stories when you go to international markets. As Uganda, we have some good stories that we can put on table. For example, Robusta coffee is born here, around the shores of Lake Victoria. But have we put that one in place such that people can understand that? We talk about the domestic consumption As we had before, Ethiopia is doing a lot of domestic consumption. This country was not colonized, and they did not get that negative information about coffee. As Ugandans, as people who are in the coffee industry, how do we take the advantage of that? Like Robusta coffee is born here. The coffee, our coffee is used to blend other coffees from the entire world. How do we frame that? How could these consumers know that our coffee has some high quality ingredients, like the aroma, like the flavors? How do we put that on table? When I was still in school in the 90s, we used to learn about Vietnam. Vietnam was a prominent country in growing rice. Just of recent, they changed to coffee. And as I'm speaking now, Vietnam is leading in Robusta production. If we are to bargain the prices, like the officer from UCDS said, quantities are very important. You cannot bargain. If we are to bargain with Brazil, you have to get all the coffee growing countries in Africa to sit on a table to show what they have. And we cannot even meet half of what Brazil is putting on table. So I think the things to work on are very simple, but we just need to be smart. How do we raise the concept and attract and modify the way we market our coffee from the farmers, and we take that theme from farm to cup? That is along the coffee value chain. How do we address that? You talked about the processing coffee, like the primary level that is using the halas, like the secondary level that is using the grading machine, screening the coffee, like for us who are in Robusta, screen 18, 15, and so on. But how many farmers can afford to have those machines, like the grading machines? So these are the things we have to sort out, and we take the advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me pick it up from where Madam Josephine. Yes. Yes, you made it. I mean, you make it so easy for farmers to actually copy what you're doing as a monitor and also as a coffee farmer, and that's very, very interesting. Would love to kind of emulate and maybe duplicate that examples. For instance, in northern Uganda, cognizant of the fact that there has been actually an historical injustice, how northern Uganda was perceived not to be a coffee growing, okay, not fit for coffee growing, but research and other interventions have actually proved contrary. And that now takes me to the very critical points that Professor raised. Issues of land. We have everything, the capital, even the entrepreneurship idea, the labor, land, and all that. But what is it that, I mean, why is it that we cannot really tap into this? And this now goes back to the representative of the commissioner. And he has mentioned in his presentation that there's issues of affirmative action. And it's also an appeal to the ministry that let it be different from some of these affirmative actions that have taken place. And there are so many things that so much investment have been done in northern Uganda, but the dividends are not actually commensurate, or they do not resonate with the amount of money involved. For instance, whether EU, whether World Bank, or normal government programmings, or even other specialized government programs, specifically meant for northern Uganda. Looking at the dividends, almost all the sectors, road, water, education, health, sanitation, environment, is not commensurate. What is it that really needs to be done so that we tap into this? Because we have all what it takes. And we don't even need all these. Okay, the last one now. Jonathan, you mentioned so many frameworks, whether from the African Union perspective, the regional one, the national one, and the targets also varying, whether 2030, 2063, 2040, and all that. What is it that needs to be done so that these targets are met and we have all what it takes? Thank you.
Thank you. I want to also talk about the fundamentals. I think since we have representatives of public servants, not government workers, public servants here in this house, you should look at yourselves as public servants, as servants of the people of Uganda, and take this message to government, that government should go back to the fundamentals, as Professor has said. We should stop heaping all the responsibility on the farmers, on small farmers, that they should ensure quality, they should diversify. In terms of how we need to move forward as a country, even if it is not coffee, we need to go back to the fundamentals so that government understands its responsibility, whether it is offering credit. In the US and other developed countries, you find agriculture being given credit at 0 interest rate. But here they say they have given you agricultural loan, it is at 12%. So how do you look at that? So I think we have to go back, as Professor has said, we have to go back to the fundamentals. Previously, we used to have facilities, common user facilities like coffee hiring machines, grading machines. I remember one in Rukunjiri. But where are they? Where are they? Do you think farmers in Rukunjiri can mobilize and get the money to buy a grading machine? That is government responsibility. We need to understand, if we are government, the reason we exist. We don't exist only to fly around, to move around. We exist to cause change, and this change can only be seen when we do it. So may I think we need to, as government, we need to go back to the fundamentals, as Professor has said. Let's know what is to be done. You cannot tell me that the small farmer in Mubende will be able to understand that coffee prices are likely to rise. Now let me do this. If we don't do stabilization of coffee prices, really, in the next 2 years, you'll see people cutting the trees. They will cut them because they get frustrated. Because they are frustrated with maize, they are frustrated with beans, they are frustrated with tea, they are frustrated with coffee. You feel them also cutting them. Even vanilla. So let me end by saying that if there is anybody who is listening, let us go back to the fundamentals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have had the discussion, and we do realize that having the cooperatives, the farmer institutions, is one of the strategies that we would look at as a country. However, we have issues of mistrust coming up as, farmers are fearing for the exploitative pricing mechanisms that can arise. And then the issues that come along with managing the pooled resources. So if we need, for instance, the regulatory frameworks, I would request the panelists, to help us maybe understand, maybe learning from the historical kind of background, what could be the key considerations that could be taken or what could be the key considerations in drafting the regulatory frameworks that would help support or ensure autonomy, but also the aspect of oversight, when government is really doing the oversight, but then there is also autonomy from the side of the farmers in handling these kind of farmer institutions, and where we have effective governance and then proper management of the resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just have two comments, and one, I pick it from Miss Josephine's contribution on awareness raising around farmers. I say this because my fear, today's meeting around prices, my fear is that if farmers do not register their farms, if my neighbor here registers and I don't register, traders will maybe buy coffee in the near future, buy her coffee because she registered and her farm can be traced to the EU. They might give these people more prices than people who are farmers who are not registered. So I pick it from you, and I encourage all of us, since we're called here, to take the information to farmers to register their farms. I hear Jen mentions that they fear to be taxed and maybe to take their land. And I mean, that of course that's not right, but more awareness sessions should be done. And as the coordination unit, we have done materials, we have taken this information to across regions and all across Uganda in every region, and we have translated all this information in different languages, Luo, Runyankole, and Luganda, and these are going to air on radios and also TVs, and we are, of course, including us going to the farmers across those regions. We're already doing that, to taking that information on farmer registration seriously, because if you don't register, we are going to be back here talking about prices and farmers not getting better prices because they're not registered and their farms cannot be traced. My other comment is what Professor mentioned, and I just wanted to clear the air, saying that because they fear that UCD was doing a lot and was doing good work, and because they've been scrapped off, they fear that this good work is off. Just to confirm that UCDA is still on just as a coffee development department under MAIF, and they are still doing their work around, they have divisions, one on coffee production, one on coffee quality assurance and value addition, one on marketing, and other on regulatory frameworks. All these divisions are working under the coffee department. They still sit at UCDA, so all this good work is still ongoing. I just wanted to confirm and all those fears.
Thank you so much. My questions that I would respond to, the first one is how we can really draw our attention to the realization of the policy frameworks that I highlighted, the agendas, the Agenda 2030, the Uganda Vision 2040. My perspective on this is really being strong on the policy and trade environment. For example, if our policy framework does not speak to the development agendas, then we will not realize the progress and what we intend to achieve in these documents. For example, I will speak also to we have the Uganda Coffee Act of 2024 as amended, and this act is not dead as it is. There are only provisions of, rationalizing UCDA and putting it under MAIF. But the other provisions that look towards having the coffee regulations are still alive. And if we want to effectively implement this Coffee Act, we have to have the regulations that will guide the department to really realize the agenda and also the progress. For example, he highlighted the roadmap, but an act alone is extremely difficult to implement, but it is effectively implemented if we have regulations which are currently not available. So it's maybe the department to update us on the progress towards having the regulations and also the content within which the regulation is speaking to, and also speaking to the actual current realities. For example, how best will the department handle the concerns of prices rather than having press releases that are affirming and confirming the issue that coffee prices are really dynamic and are changing. How can we solidify this? And also the new global trade dynamics. How will the regulations speak to the EUDR, you know? Even because we're speaking about the EUDR because its date is of 2025 this year, December. But we have the UK regulations that are coming on board. How can we comprehensively cover these issues in the regulations so that we realize the bigger picture as per the agendas as I highlighted? I think that's what I would speak to, and also eager to hear from Prof on the issue on how, basing on the historical perspective, what shouldn't we leave out in the regulations and what should be considered so that we can, work hand in hand with the ministry department to have these regulations out. Thank you so much.
There is an observation looking at the cooperative law. When I talked to some of my farmers, there is a section in the law which says that as a farmer or to become a member of the cooperative society, you have to supply a certain number of kilograms per year to the society. So you find that some farmers are being left out because they are unable to supply those kilograms per year so that they can be a member of cooperative society. So Maivo, I don't know, maybe you would see how you revisit that law to ensure that those small ones are being accommodated in the cooperative societies.
There's something I forgot. Now we have heard of oil roads. They are building oil roads. Have you ever heard of coffee and cotton roads? Because I think it should begin with the rates so that you can get your produce to the market. In the case of oil, they're already there and they have spent a lot of money on it. But coffee, which has supported us for so long, show me the coffee roads. That's a challenge which government should respond to. And Mr. Okwia read, said that the UCDA is in place. Actually was not dismantled. Then why did they say we are doing away with the UCDA if you are not actually doing away with it? How is probably going to know that no, UCDA is still there? So I think you in government should clarify on this one. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, dear panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the two gentlemen and the lady. Thank you very much for your thoughts, your comments, and of course the ideas that you've shared with us. Just to remind you again, the theme for our hybrid multi-stakeholder dialogue is building a resilient and equitable coffee sector, which in tandem addressing price volatility and structural vulnerabilities within the sector. Now, that mentioned, allow me welcome Nice Musana, the M&E officer at SEATINI, Uganda. We need to fully understand the application that SEATINI is about to launch and what it entails, how you can access it. But as he makes his way, allow me again to thank our dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen, as they leave the podium. A round of applause to Professor Samwiri Rwanga, Miss Nabukwasi Jane Josephine, and Mr. Luega Jonathan from SEATINI, Uganda. Thank you very much. Oh, Jonathan, I think we should first have a picture moment before the three of you leave. Here. Here. No, just there. All right. Thank you very much. Sana.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator, and also our panelists for that insightful discussion. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Musana Nice, and I work for SEATINI as the Monitoring and Evaluation Officer. Once again, I would like to thank you so much for participating in this engagement. And all your insights, all your views have been taken care of. And also, we'd like to appreciate your contributions. So my work here is just to explain a few of the features that are highlighted in the new mobile application that we will be launching today. It is a native application, Android and iOS, and it has a number of functionalities. One is that it has the daily coffee market prices, and this will be able to delineate and provide information to our farmers on the changes, but also the current prices of coffee that are out in the market, so that farmers can ably identify where they can sell their coffee, but also how they stand in the way of approaching the price fluctuations and all those issues that arise. It also have the sign up, but also weekly SMS alerts that will provide up-to-date information to the farmer, but also not only to the farmer actually, because we are targeting a whole wide range of stakeholders along the coffee value chain itself, and they will be in position to get this information from this application. It will also provide information about cooperatives within the range of the farmer. So the farmer will be in position to identify the cooperative they can be able to join and also contribute to. It will also provide information on policy documents. These documents will be availed on this application. For instance, the different policy documents regarding that govern the coffee sector. And also it will provide in-depth analysis reports of the coffee market. It will provide price charts. It will also provide weather forecasts, because we are aware that issues of climate change and also the different weather patterns that provide an environment for coffee bearing and also blooming the seasons. It's important for farmers to keep track of such information so that they are abreast with the weather trends and make sure that they make informed decisions. It also will provide information and on other commodities, for instance, coffee, cocoa, and also provide a page where they can provide, the users will be able to provide feedback to SEATINI on how the app is being utilized. So those are the functionalities and the features of the application in a nutshell. And so I would like to move to the next phase of launching this application. And
team members from SEATINI to come and join us at the frontier.
Yes, exactly. Everyone, yeah, ideally everyone should come and join us. We'll launch this mobile phone application today. I'll start with our panelists. Yes, the panelists and our dignitaries from the ministry, from UNBS, because
as well serve as a final picture for this particular dialogue.
Yes.
And then from that, we shall have our closing remarks from Mr. Ahmad Kafero.
Yes, our coffee farmers, please join us. Our dignitaries from UNBS, everyone, ministry, please join. We might.
Also remind them when it's going to be fully
function. Yeah, definitely.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There are some very nice faces we're not seeing.
Comrades, dear distinguished stakeholders, this is only symbolic. The app will go live end of this week, but we don't want to do it without all of us, because this is our app. And it's not restricted. You don't pay money. It's going to be under Google Play Store. It's an open source. Everyone can access it. And it will also be able to give some good information complementing other efforts. We are not saying the application is solving all the problems in the coffee sector, but it's one of the tools that we can leverage. Because government has already done the policy, UCDA, formerly UCDA, which is now the Coffee Development Department, has very many other initiatives. So this app is contributing, complementing those efforts. And so this is more of a symbolic gesture that we are leveraging technology to be able to support our farmers and make the coffee sector thrive beyond surviving, and also be able to address the current issue, the most pressing issue of price volatility. So, ladies and gentlemen, the symbolic gesture is cutting, and so I don't know which solidarity sign or sort of symbol we should do, but the cutting is this, the markers. So we have Mr. Dan Alfred Okwi from the Ministry of Agriculture, who is representing government. We also have Mr. Chaze. He's also representing government from UCDA. This is more of symbolic. There is truly no harm in the application, but rather to say we have kickstarted the efforts of rolling out the application. And the gesture is going to be to cut. So let me put down the microphone and join the photo moment as we do the symbolic gesture. So the signing, we might use some pens. They are bringing markers, but it might take long. I don't know how long. I think you really sound like tecnologia. Tecnologia. We are living. So this is how it's going to be. And so if this chart is designed, I will let Mr. So this is coming up. It also provides and relays critical information on other crops. So it's basically SEATINI coffee app stroke crop app. It's beyond coffee. Yes. Because I expected such comments to come up that why only coffee? Thank you so much. So we're all saying. All right. Eco MC. Done. All of us, please, if you don't mind. Let's run. Thank you so much. Let's just wrap up. Okay. Let me just close it. Sit down. Yeah. Just settle a bit. Okay.
So, colleagues, after you're done with the signature, we can just sit for just 3 minutes as we get our the parting shots from Mr. Herbert Kafero. Then once that is done, you can continue with the networking.
Thank you. I don't want to advertise our coffee now. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to apologize for this meeting going over at the time that we had allocated. But also I would like to thank you all, both physically here and those online, for being here with us, but also sharing actively around the state of the coffee sector, the issues at the grassroots. Our honorable farmers, coffee farmers, have already shared
some of the most pressing issues, because you can't have a conversation on coffee without the farmers. And we are glad that we had the farmers and also other coffee value chain actors. But also, would like to thank those that managed to join us online, because the conversation was not only in this room, but even online. And talking about leveraging digital technology, the coffee application that we just, in a way, launched is contributing to such efforts of relaying information to farmers to enable them to make informed decisions. But also, it's contributing to the efforts of government and what the Coffee Development Department is doing. And so we should continue with this conversation also online and in other spaces. And SEATINI is not stopping here. We have continuous efforts around improving the coffee value chain and making it fair for all. We know it's an ambitious plan. It's not a one-time endeavor that in such convenings we're going to make it happen. But I would like to give you the good news that we are moving in the right direction. And with all your support and contributions, I think government will listen. And we have a government that also needs advice and guidance, and we're here to advise. Because when the coffee sector works, the economy will be vibrant. We will have favorable foreign exchange earnings. But also what is important is that as we have this conversation here, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that there are global dynamics, like the European Union Deforestation Regulation. Mr. Okwi has already informed us that they are on track with setting up the national traceability system, and we should continue engaging on that. But also the coffee regulations, there's also there are conversations around the same. We should also interest ourselves in what's going on. And about domestic coffee consumption, I think there is no magic to it. We just need to consume coffee. Please go home, consume coffee. Go to work, consume coffee. Go everywhere in a restaurant, consume coffee. There is no magic. If Ethiopia has done it, nearly 50% of coffee produced in Ethiopia is consumed domestically. So there is no magic. We should just consume coffee. But also the culture cannot change overnight. I know it's gradual. And once again, I would like to bring you greetings from my executive director, Ms. Jen Nalunga. She's been online following and she appreciates all your contributions. But also as SEATINI, we commit to work with all stakeholders, and we appreciate each one of you that has taken time to join this very interesting conversation. I've learned quite a lot. We are depending on misfortunes of Brazil, but I know beyond depending on misfortunes of Brazil, that they can't meet the production capacities, we should also create our own pathways. And I know it takes intentional and deliberate efforts, not just the rhetoric, the conversations we're having, but also much more than that, including embracing regional value chains. Because if we're talking about linking coffee production to the pharmaceutical industry, we can't do it alone as Uganda. We can think ESC, have regional value chains with the ESC, tap into other segments of the value chain, and make the coffee sector work for all. Thank you so much. My colleague Jonathan will talk about some administrative announcements, and we'll end it at that. We violated a bit your right to food, and we apologize for that, but be rest assured that there is some nice lunch for all of us, and no one will miss. Thank you all. Comrade Owen, please, some administrative announcements. Thank you. As he makes his way, I would like to thank you all. Please have a safe journey to all your destinations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for making it to this dialogue. I think I'll make it short. We've given out coupons. Those that haven't gotten, I'm giving them out. Then we shall